leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how would you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
Why, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy.
Where'd it go? Hold on. I'm trying to figure this out. Give me a moment. Oh shit, where did Parrot go? Give me a second. Okay, I think I've got it. Let's see if this works. I want everyone to tell me if this works. Or if it doesn't at all. Please let me know. Where's Parrot? What the hell did I do? Give him all those upgrades for? Give me a moment. I don't know where he is. Sorry. Give me just a second. What the hell? Oh my. Okay, that's it's pissed me off. Give me a second. What? Why is it doing that? Okay, we got it. There we go. Hello. Sorry, your message wasn't read. Because Parrot didn't want to do his fucking job, but hello, hello. No events think we should ban that one dude commenting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in the comments of the male loneliness epidemic stream. What? Where? Is there someone doing that? Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll ban them, yeah. Can I get to that after the stream, or should I do it now? I guess I could do it now. I wasn't aware that we're getting that level of heat. Because I only see notifications. I only see notifications for... Give me a second. I'm loading something. Oh, Takanashi Kiara's debuting. Nice.
I, Parrot, have been allowed to leave my cage and soon I will be released from this mortal shell. Also, hi everyone.
You wish. You fucking wish. Hello. I only get the comments, I only get the notifications for the comments directly on the stream video VOD. I do not get the comments, like I do not get notified of the comments that are replying to other ones, which is nice for me, but I don't know. I guess I have to do some spring cleaning, don't I? Fucking hell. Oh, we're at 1.6k views, that's why. We're really getting into the territory where people are gonna start talking shit. Sorry about that. Commented like 15 times, also something along the lines of racism is natural and healthy. Okay, alright. Fucking hell. How do we ban that guy? First ban we ever gonna do is for like a live or for offline comments, which I think is fair enough and reasonable. Okay. Let me get on that right now.
One must imagine the Liberian as happy.
Is it the fucking, like, is it under the as a woman post or the as a woman comment? There's like someone, there's a guy who's probably incel, like trying to start an argument with fucking with everyone else is what it looks like. God,
It's under like all of them.
under all of them. Oh yeah, okay, it's the fucking guy. I'm not gonna read his name to give him more attention, but I see him now. Hide user from channel. Is that how that works? Report. Violent or repulsive. Hate, or is it hateful or abusive? Which one is it? I think it's probably violent or repulsive. That's what I'll say. Report. Hide user on channel. If I click hide user on channel, does that like
Report and hide.
does that hide it for you guys as well, or is it just me? I'm trying to like figure it all out. Yeah, we're gonna have to ban that guy. Congratulations, he's the first ban. He's the first ban, and we did it. We did it at 500 subscribers. We did it. Milestone unlocked. I banned that guy. I did. I banned the fucking guy. He's like gone, I think. Unless he shows up in live chat, in which case, like, I'll just ban him from here as well, and then I will really have a ban that guy moment. It'll be great. I'm happy about that. But it's manageable for the most part. Don't think I'll need mods for that. Funny though to see that finally pick up. On that stream. Anyways, I mean, no point in yapping before I start the game. What does it matter, right? Let's push a rock up a hill. We can't. We don't have a boulder. I mean, it comes from 89 to like 70. I can tolerate people going like, you wouldn't like my opinion. The PC police would police would ban me off this platform. I think I can tolerate that. I hate it and I disagree with it, but that's not like I wouldn't ban that. But I think if it's straight up just anti-Semitic stuff, then like that's cause enough to ban for me, probably. If it's just straight up that, because I haven't read it, thankfully, because he's been replying under other people's comments and not really my own post. I only saw his one comment on my video, which was like, I hate when tourists come over and ruin the good anime or whatever, I think was his comment. I don't know, I don't remember. I'm not keeping it in my head too much, but I recognize the guy. Did he also have like the K-On profile picture? Like he was really living up to the stereotype, wasn't he? Okay, I got it. Can we set the graphics down? Can we look? We lower the graphics. Fly. Yeah, I think that should be good. That's a lot smoother, I think. Oh wow, okay, yeah, that's really yeah, 720p, huh? Okay. Well, we'll get used to it. Okay. He was having a Kanye crash out. Ah, okay, I see. I understand. Sorry everyone has to see that. I mean, I guess that's what happens. Lemon D6's background along the guy was funny. Do you still, what the hell does my stream look like right now? Hold on. I need to tab out of the game every time I want to check. I want to take a look. Oh shit, I thought it was full screened. I didn't know it was 720 would drag me. Why am I over there? What? Hold on. Oh god, this is just messed up. Hold on, give me a second. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Maybe I'll be a little smaller. Maybe I'll be like here. Okay, thank you for letting me know before we begin. That's
looks
what the
like a
stream looks
sponsored
like.
stream for love and deep space.
I'm so sorry that it did. Okay. So WASD to move, run is shift, and I think it's a toggle, and we jump a spacebar. Okay. And we, oh wow, okay. That's me. It's close enough to who I am, I suppose. Roll it left and right. Oh, okay. There we are. But yeah, this is just how it feels like in general, I guess. Enough to fill a man's heart or whatever. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Anyways, maybe I'll start with the I'll start with the news slash thing about yesterday's stream. So yesterday I did the stream where we got 500 subscribers, which is great. Or like, you know, the stream celebrating that. I'm really happy that we did. And I'm glad that we have like access to emotes and membership and all that shit. That's great. My dumbass Googled royalty-free corpo music, but didn't actually click on the royalty-free stuff. So my entire stream is claimed now. Not only is it claimed, the monetization I think is going somewhere else. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's just Google like AdSense, which I don't even have unlocked, or is that like, you know, is my membership being redirected to these motherfuckers? I don't know. I don't know how that works exactly.
Which specific song was the issue?
It was all the corpo songs. All the corpo songs got detected. And they were all copyrighted, apparently. And they played the profit business max move. That's what they did. They are monetizing my shit now because they made that song. Ah! Okay, all right, okay. Okay, all right, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on, just stop. Okay, all right, okay, I see, all right, okay. Use my, I know I should have used iMovie jingles, okay, I know. All right. Okay. But anyways, like, so that's the Sisyphean task we're dealing with now, where unfortunately all the time I spent grinding to finally get to 500 subscribers, it's not. It didn't like demonetize my channel or something. It's fine. It's just that stream. It just pisses me off that that happened because of a fucking like song I used for maybe 2 minutes. But whatever. Dude, why is this so hard? Yeah, they're just claiming AdSense, right? In which case, like, that's just a big fuck you, I guess, but it's funny. It would be so funny if it happened to anyone else, where their monetization stream got demonetized. Was this entire week being Sisyphus an April Fool's joke, or are you actually doing Sisyphus the entire week? The joke is you don't know until tomorrow. That's the joke. The joke is you don't know how long I'm pushing this rock up this hill for. Tomorrow you'll know, and that's why it's not, the joke is not gonna be funny tomorrow, right? But that's because tomorrow's not April Fool's anymore. But today, for the day of the tomfoolery and laughter, you don't know what I have planned. You don't know how long I'm willing to push this rock up this hill. You don't know that. Fuck. Okay. That would have been Hans Zimmerman? No, like that shit was fine because Hans Zimmerman is chill. Fuck. Oh shit. Ah! Okay. It's fine. We saved it. That's okay. That's fine. Generally, you want it going upwards, I think. Okay. Thought the joke was that you could do the like, no, like I wouldn't. The thing with funny jokes, the thing with humor is like, if it has to be at someone's expense, it has to be either at the joke teller's expense, or like, you know, the entertainer's expense, or it has to be at the expense of someone who you have to punch up. Essentially, it's either at your own expense or you're punching up. That's the rule of comedy. Otherwise, it's not funny. Not because like, oh, it's woke or whatever. No, because jokes are just not funny when you're punching down. Like, they're just not that funny. They're not as funny as jokes like punch up or jokes that come like that hit you as an entertainer. Okay, that's a checkpoint, right? We did it. Fucking, oh, okay. Can you just go up without the ramp? You can't. Oh, okay. I'm just figuring out the mechanics for the first bit. Okay. How long is this? How long is this game? I was gonna ask. How long is this Sisyphus game? How long? It's forever. It's fucking forever. This is what it's like. This is just fucking, this is how it is. This is just how it is. This is how it is to be. This isn't like, you know, this isn't just, oh, funny, haha, video game. This is like, this is it. This is fucking it. Stop moving. Okay. Oh, you go up without the ramp? You could just roll the boulder over. It's because it's quite a smooth boulder, isn't it?
Oh, you're not going for the speedrun record? Ha.
What's the speedrun record? If you don't mind enlightening me. Fuck. Oh, shit. Oh no! I didn't know it goes over the... I didn't know it goes over the thing! Alright, yeah. It's enough to fill a man's heart. Enough to fill a man's heart. Yeah. Yep. Okay. It's enough to fill a man's heart. The joke is you don't know if I'm gonna stream this for a week.
12 minutes, I think.
12 minutes, I see. Don't start a timer. I don't want to see a timer for this game. Because that's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. It's not about, like, you know, getting to the top, okay? That's not what it's about. The struggle is enough to fill a man's heart. It really is. I do think absurdism is like... Sorry, before I get to the absurdism, let me just finish off... Actually, no, let me start... Where should I start? Let me think. Maybe I'll start with my thoughts on absurdism. Yeah, okay. My general thoughts on absurdism, having not read enough about it, because, you know, I have not. I would like to read more, but I have not read enough about it to speak on it confidently. But from what I have read about absurdism, I think it's a little too the way I'm seeing it so far is like how do I say it? I like it, but it's no existentialism. That's what I'll say. Existentialism, I think, cooks more because I think absurdism... absurdist ideas are... I think they assume too much about the world. That, in my opinion, are assumptions I disagree with largely. Well, not largely, actually, that I somewhat disagree with. But I think it just assumes too many things. Absurdist viewpoints. That's my gripe with it. But I understand, but I feel I feel it emotionally. I do feel the absurdist existence on an emotional level. I just don't vibe with it intellectually. too much. But it's like neighbors. It's close neighbors with existentialist ideas that I enjoy. So like that's acceptable. That's somewhat fine. Oh, okay. So how do you? Okay. I mean, at least there's like a track and everything. It doesn't like. It's not just a hill. It's a relatively straightforward climb. And honestly, like, what more could you ask for? Those are my just kind of beginner thoughts on absurdism. I specifically, however, for the most part, really vibe with Albert Camus' essay. I do like The Myth of Sisyphus. That, I think, is a text I enjoy reading, even if I don't 100% agree with everything. I agree with like 90% of what's on there. I feel like all the important stuff, to me at least, I feel like Camus is cooking with. Okay. Okay. All right. That's not too hard. We just need to do this for like 10 more minutes. Is that right? How long does it take for the speedrunner to get here? Also, is it any percent glitchless? Or is it just any percent? Because if it's any percent... Ow, fuck. Okay. Alright, that's what that is. Because if it's any percent glitchless, I feel like we're gonna... Like, it shouldn't be 12 minutes, right? This feels like it would take a lot longer than 12 minutes. Even if you play perfectly. Oh, without the boulder? I don't even know what the fuck that means. What do you mean without the boulder? What do you mean you're beating the Sisyphus game without the boulder? What does that even mean? Is it just a race to kill yourself? Oh, okay, I'm getting a hang of it. I'm getting a hang of the controls. I'll be okay. But, overall, absurdism is cooking, I think. We'll get to Camus' essay we'll get to it. But for now, we're just pushing a rock up a hill. I feel like it might even be good to just push the rock before we think about the rock, you know? No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not good. Maybe it's not good. Maybe it's really good. It's probably good. It's probably a good idea too. Oh, that can help. Okay. I have a firm grasp of the mechanics now. I have a firm grasp of it. I understand what it is. I want to talk about, let's name the boulder. It's Boldy. That's what the name is. We don't have to name it. It's already there. Boulder is a good name. I like Boulder. Boulder's Gate 3. Doesn't that just like slide off the tongue? We can call it Chog as well if you want, but I'm not particularly attached to Chog. Though it seems to be the default name going forward, I think. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? Okay.
Can we eat the boulder yet?
We're
I'm
not
hungry,
eating the
confused
boulder.
face.
We're not eating the boulder. That's not
Can we
what
eat
you
the
do with
boulder
the
yet?
boulder.
I'm hungry, confused face.
Don't read that shit twice, Parrot. We're not eating the boulder. We're not eating the boulder. I need to talk a bit more about the male loneliness epidemic stream and the consequences of my actions. I think maybe that's something I need to address. Oh no. Okay. I don't regret making that stream per se. I regret not being as precise in my language as I could have been. I regret that the stream can't be as good as I want it to be. I'm just not a skilled enough orator to freestyle like that on such a nuanced topic to a well enough degree to really satisfy everyone. One of the things I'm a little surprised by is the fact that I had to just ban a guy for like straight up like hardcore racism. That's not what I expected to see. I expected that that type of person wouldn't be here, frankly. I expected that that type of person would just not be in this comment section starting arguments. Like, why? Why not go to a comment? Why not go to a stream or like a video that's a bit more like inflammatory? Is maybe what I want to say. Because I took care, or I took not enough care now that I look back at it, but I felt as though I took some amount of care in like in making sure my point came across in a reasonable manner, but that ultimately it came out of a sympathy and respect for men, right? Like, I don't regret that you got like 100 subs from it, but do regret that it's attracted so many incels. So I think the incels are not here to stay. I think they're just here to argue. What the hell? Where is it? Okay. Okay. What if I... Shouldn't I just do that first? Oh, okay, okay. I see the strat, yeah. Oh, so 12 minutes without the boulder as in you just ran up to the top. Okay. Okay, okay, I see. Bully died? No, he's just chilling over there. I parked the car for a bit. This is like metaphorical, I think. This is like a metaphor. This is a metaphor for me doing a male loneliness epidemic stream when I have an 80% female viewership. That's the metaphor. That's the metaphor. Yeah, so like I just expected that like the incel type comments to not be there at all. The reason being I feel like they would be like they're just the sight of a male VTuber in the thumbnail would be enough to drive them away, was what I thought. Because I was thinking like yeah, like they would just be foaming at the mouth with hatred so much so that they just couldn't type anything anymore. Like they just couldn't even, like they wouldn't click onto it. That's why I put my face in the thumbnail. Because I thought about doing like a version of the thumbnails, the stream's thumbnail, where it's just like text. I feel like that would have done numbers. I was like, that would for sure do numbers. I feel like putting the VTuber avatar on it definitely kills a bit of the momentum. That was my thought going into it, or making that thumbnail in the first place. The bombs are respawning? No, they're not. They're respawning. I was killing myself for no reason. Okay, at least launchpad me back. Be a bit useful, yeah. Right.
It's at 1.6 KRN, so it's doing good, presumably.
It is doing very good. Like, I think people are very engaged with the idea that men suffer, which is, you know, true. And in a way that's a bit unique. Especially now in contemporary society. But not in the way that it's been exaggerated or portrayed by, you know, the Andrew Tate types. But in a way, nonetheless, that is valid and relevant and like legitimate. Higher than your 09 re-up? Is it? Oh yeah, re-up wasn't too popular. I think people really wanted to see the original game and they wanted to see the new game. But yeah, it's climbing it's climbing. I feel like it's probably gonna plateau soon though, in viewership. But anyways, like, I need to address it a little bit because of the people that have come from it. I didn't think the incels types would even click on the video, and I kind of put my face there intentionally as a sort of repellent for those types of people. I think nonetheless, however, some of them, not a lot, not enough for it to be a problem, but some of them have found their way in the comments. I just banned one of them. If you find like another one of those that's straight up like, okay, I will tolerate people that are like, I have conservative opinions on the issue and they do not align with what you think. I respectfully disagree. Or like, I don't think feminism is the solution to these problems. Because I may disagree with them, but they're just saying like something that I think is an authentic expression of how they truly feel about the situation. And I think that's totally fair. That is completely fair, and I will not ban things like that. But if there's someone like, you know, that dude that was just straight up throwing around anti-Semitism at every thread and comment, then please let me know. And I will, you know, I'll have to get rid of it, right? Otherwise, it should be okay. Saw someone calling women female, so it's a red flag, but don't remember the rest. That's a red flag, but that's not ban worthy yet. It is definitely an indicator of that they are not unlikely to type something that would be ban worthy, though. Oh! Ah! Ah! Okay, all right, okay. Oh, it starts there. Oh, what the? Okay. That is, calling women females is not a bannable offense. It's just very cringe. But it is not bannable the way I see it so far. But maybe I'm very tolerant of this stuff. Fucking please. Oh shit. Oh, wait, that's good. That's really good. Okay. Okay. But yeah, if there is anything that's on the tier of, okay, this is kind of just mindless spam, then I will get it out of the thing. But this is by far the most heated anything I've ever done in the channel has like been, because this not only is something that people care about a lot, but it's a very divisive issue, and I presented a relatively not unpopular, I would say, but fuck, I presented an opinion that may or may not be. Oh, what's gonna happen with that? Oh, okay, what's gonna happen with there? Where'd it go? Fuck. Where is it going? Where can I play the game yet? Okay, what if I walk over here? Oh, it just keeps spawning behind? Why? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop. Okay, all right. The rest of it wasn't bannable? Okay, cool. Is it liberal cocks? Oh, okay. I feel like that veers. That's very close to bannable. That's very close. That is your veer. He's. Oh God! Please don't. Not worry, but the thing that weirds me out is like I thought I cleared that. I thought I was clear. I thought I wouldn't have to deal with those comments because. Are we going back to the beginning? I think we are. Yeah, okay. What if I just kill myself? Can I just kill myself? Why can't I kill myself? I know Albert Camus in the essay says not to, but like, you know, what if I just did it here? All right, okay. All right, okay, let me just, all right. But I don't think, yeah, I thought the male VTuber face was enough to deter those types of people away. But I think overall reception seems to be fairly positive outside of like the usual viewership, right? Because that's the thing I have to be concerned with. I know that the people who are like, for example, you lot, and also the people who are subscribed, like, you probably enjoyed the stream, or at least didn't hate the stream. I hope. Because I think I did it with that in mind. I did not have in mind that people would stop moving. Just kidding. What I didn't have in mind were that the people who felt very strongly about females and the liberals would find the video or find the stream and pop in. But I guess, yeah, they just need to vent. They don't have anywhere else to go for the comment section of the video to click on. But they didn't even like read. They didn't even watch the stream, man. Oh well. It is what it is. What can you expect, right? And despite that, I feel like I had one really legitimate good criticism. I think I talked about this, right? During today's stream. I'll talk about it again today. One of the comments kind of was like, the way you presented it, some parts of the stream did come off a little condescending. And I was like, that's fair. That's a good comment. That's one that I think is a legitimate critique. And even if it's an unpopular opinion, even if it, like, you know, not that many people felt that was the case, the fact that some people felt that way is enough for me to think about it, right? Because this, like, to be able to make a comment like that shows that you definitely watched the stream and you understood what I was saying to some degree in order to make like a criticism like that. Entirely fair. And that was, I think, the only somewhat critical comment I received that was not immediately like invalid. And then of course there's a ton of positive comments as well, which I was really appreciative of. All the other negative comments were just from like people I didn't think would even be on this stream, but I guess it makes sense in hindsight that they're just trying to start wars in an argument in the comment space. I feel bad for the people who are commenting. I feel bad for that one person that commented, "Hi, I am a woman and I have some perspectives on this," which is funny because this person, like, she didn't write up her perspectives on this. She just said, "I am a woman and I have thoughts," which to me was like a little funny because it was like you're announcing that you have the thoughts, but you're not really. But she wasn't really pushing those thoughts either. Maybe she's like coming back in a few days to comment, or she was going to do that, and then it immediately got like a reply from, you know, some guy that was like, "And you can keep those thoughts to yourself, woman." Because like she didn't even say them yet. She didn't even say those thoughts yet, and the guy was already like, "Nope, a woman detected, opinion invalidated," which I thought was a little funny. But you know, I think we got him out of here. Again, I do think largely though, despite the seemingly somewhat one or two outliers, like I think that's just a vocal minority. I feel like people enjoyed the stream in general, which I'm happy about. And if that means more people are gonna, you know, tune into, for example, this one, and feel like they can have male struggles and maybe just like, you know, feel about, like speak on them, if share them if they are so inclined, or even just be able to watch a live streamer who's not going to pretend like it doesn't exist, and that helps reassure them, then that's good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Yeah, that guy's comment was like unintentionally, probably. I don't think he understood how funny the comment was, but it was really funny to me. Woman detected. Oh. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ow, ow. Please catch. No, dude. It didn't catch it. It didn't catch it. It didn't catch it. It didn't catch the thing. It was so close to being... Can I just reset? Is there a reset button? Restart. Oh, start a new game? No, I guess not. I don't know. The guy that was like unironically really nice to see a male safe space. Appreciate it. Yeah, like that's good. And that shit is like the reason I partly felt so compelled to say it was precisely because not because, you know, I think feminism is wrong, but more so I think like there are lines of thought in this very broad categorization of ideas that are not only like compatible with, but also encourage healthy embraces of male behavior that recognize the pain that men go through, that are exclusive to them. Like that is, again, will blah blah blah. Read Bell Hook's Will to Change. Yeah, Charis Euphranor, we know. But I wasn't about to be like, you should read this. Hey men, if you're struggling, you should read this feminist thinker and what they think in their feminist book. Like, I don't think that would have helped, which is why I refrained from doing so. But if you came from this stream and you're listening to this right now, and you are, you know, not insane like some very few people in the comments, you probably are not. You're probably a pretty chill dude, right? Yeah, I would say read Bell Hook's Will to Change. It is really good. But if that's like, you know, maybe you feel like that's a bit too daunting or it's a bit too advanced, I've done a stream for it in the past. I can do another one. I can do another one in the future. In the future though, when I do reading streams, I'm thinking that I want to just focus on shorter readings, and for longer ones, maybe if there's a demand for it in the first place, I'll just make a video instead. That way there's less fluff and you can, like, you know, just put it on as like an audiobook or whatever, I guess, like a shitty audiobook, because I'm gonna do it in a take and I'm not gonna care too much about the quality of it. I think someone commented, men shouldn't cry. Why are we telling men to act like women? Missed the point. Like, emotions aren't inherently feminine. They've been conditioned as such by... Yeah, exactly right. But more importantly, I don't think the guy is honest with himself. Or actually, maybe most importantly, I think he did not hear what I was saying. And that's probably the struggle I had, was like, I think what I said made sense. And I don't think I would change most of what pretty much everything I said. But the way I presented it wasn't approachable enough. So there were some people who heard what I said and heard something else. Like, didn't hear me. They heard, oh, liberal talking points. And, you know, that's not... You didn't hear me. You didn't hear what I was saying. And that sucks. And it's out of my control largely, but I don't think entirely. I think there is some element of control I can have over it. And that bit of control I want to take advantage of, or I want to like take agency of. But again, that's the vocal minority. I honestly think most people who watch this, who didn't leave a comment, are probably either sane enough that they just, you know, they honestly agree with it and they're just happy that someone's saying it, or they're sane enough that even if they disagree with it, they're not about to go into the comments and start calling all the people, all the women, females and other things that I would not say because I don't want to say them. kind of related, but I don't understand how someone can disrespect others based on their gender but still be attracted to their gender. I want to know the psychology of that. It's like I don't think it's too hard to understand. Like, the way I see it is like, they're not attracted to the gender, they're attracted to the fetishization of the idea of that, like, gender, right? Like, you are, to them, if for example, in the case of a, you know, a misogynistic straight man, it's not that they don't, you know, have like a sexual attraction to women, because they do, but they just don't see women as people, and women are objects to be attracted to and claimed and conquered, or fucking whatever like nasty word they want to use, right? That's the idea. And there is a cognitive dissonance, of course, a little bit of a cognitive dissonance. But you can just fetishize something and not treat like humanize that, like humanize it, like, or I said thing like it was like I was committing the same mistake. No, but you can like fetishize women without humanizing them, and that's what I think a lot of, not a lot, but that's what I think there are some people in the world that do, who unfortunately have an opinion that they feel like they should express in a philosophy VTuber stream. Okay. Don't just yeah, that's fine. Okay. Is it like Sigmund Freud? No, not exactly. I don't think it is. But it's essentially, yeah, like a fetishization and an objectification, an inability to recognize women for beyond whatever it is that like their needs, romantic, sexual, etc. But not as like a person, like a life partner, you know? Like the word partner doesn't apply to those people because you're not a partner, you're an accessory, right? Or like that, not you, but you know, like one would be an accessory, not a partner. My own partner was like, I don't want to have rough sex because I respect you as a person. That doesn't. Ah! Okay. Those things are life-saving. How do you get? Okay, that's not it. That's not it. I need to go in the middle. But sorry, yeah. With a line of thought like that, I think it's just like there are things to work through for like the way you humanize other people. I think it's deceptively simple because I think it's the concept that okay, people are people and we should treat them like we treat ourselves because we are people. Like I am people, like I am a person, I'm a human being, is deceptively simple in my opinion, because it's simple in the sense that if you just learn it, that makes sense. You're like, okay, yeah, so we're all people. Doesn't matter the color of your skin or like, you know, the way you express yourself, your gender identity, your hobbies, your interests, your oh no, sorry, come on. Okay. Stop. All right. Okay. It's a race, Boldy. It's a race. It's deceptively simple, and then like I think if you know you're able to offer a fruitful and meaningful educational experience to someone who's like a really young child, that's something I think can be ingrained in you, in your perspectives, and is not like you don't have to brainwash them. It's not difficult. You literally just have to provide someone with a fruitful experience, like, and so being surrounded by all sorts of people, like all sorts of different good people. That's really all it takes. It really just takes a bunch of good people being around a kid for the kid to realize, oh, I thought people can be very super different and still all be really cool. That's great. But it's deceptive because if you didn't have that as a kid, especially because, you know, your formative years are important, right? It becomes a lot more difficult to really internalize the concept of, you know, we're all human, I guess. Long till this game gives you a splitting headache. I don't think it would give me a headache. I feel like it's quite therapeutic, honestly. Like, yeah, the boulder falls down and I cry a little bit, but like, it's not, I don't mind it. I'm not in a rush. I've got a whole week, don't I? I've got a whole week to push this boulder up the cliff.
Maybe this is what Camus meant when he said Sisyphus must have been happy.
Yeah. I am. And I am happy. But you know, like, it's deceptive because, like, and again, this is the unpopular opinion coming, right? But I do have a lot of sympathy for people who struggle with that. Or like, you know, they had an upbringing that wasn't necessarily rich enough to introduce to them the, not just like, I don't want to use, okay, I don't want to use the word diversity. I really don't. The reason I don't want to use it is because it's super, like, it's been corpified and gamified to death, and I hate that. I hate that there's like every like soulless company profile has to be like, we celebrate our diversity. Like I don't like that, because people use the word too much in a way that's just like, look at us, we have the right virtue, like signaling opinions. Like, that's what I don't like about the word diversity. But the concept of diversity is, you know, I do think one of the most effective ways to just help humans learn the process of humanizing other humans, because that shit is difficult. Humanizing people requires you to think beyond yourself, and when you're in survival mode, like, you can't afford to think beyond yourself. When you're just in survival mode, you're in pain, you're like dealing with shit, you can't afford to think about, you know, your neighbor or the other person on the bus. You're doing yourself. You gotta get your bag. That's what makes it deceptively difficult, or deceptively simple. Because it seems like, oh, it's easy, yeah, just treat everyone like people. But the reality is, if you don't know what that means, how do you get it into someone's head that this person, just because they look a little different, or they're, you know, not the same gender as you, they actually also have the same rich and beautiful thoughts, or at least the capacity for such in their heads, and emotions, and, like, you know, just a general shared human experience. You're all pushing this rock up the hill, right? We're all pushing this rock up the hill. But a lot of people struggle with realizing that we're all doing that, because all they see in front of them is the huge boulder. And I sympathize with that. Even if it's a little annoying sometimes. I think the solution is simply just to deal with that on the philosophical level. Like, on a fundamental philosophical level, people need to learn and figure out that we're all pushing this rock. Okay. And that they're not alone in that sense. And I feel like once that happens, you unlock a lot. Like, it's everything else that comes forward is a lot easier. Once you can do that, everything else is made a bit easier. Oh no! Okay, that was a good one. That was a good reset. The idea that some women should be treated as more worthy of respect and some less is so insanely interesting, because how do you get there? You get there by, like, not thinking about women as people, but you think about, like, women as, like, or, like, not thinking about people as people, but thinking about everyone else in service to you. Like, everyone, what is their function? How can they help me? And they'll look at other men and see their, you know, maybe their value towards, like, their direct, like, quote unquote value, such as whether or not they'll be of financial help or whatever, etc., right? And they look to women in the sense that, okay, what can this woman provide to me? Well, I enjoy conventional attractive beauty, so if the woman is conventionally attractive, that is good. Their service is done to me, and that's all I need to think about for them, right? Like, why does it matter this woman's aspirations and goals and thoughts about things when they're not a real person? I'm the only real person, right? Only my aspirations and goals and thoughts matter. Their thoughts only matter in relation to my thoughts, right? Is the idea. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Okay. 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 That's fine. That's fine. Let's just avoid these then. Let's just avoid them. Oh God! Down we go. Down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by the river. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Where's it going now? Do you think it will go back all the way to the start? It might. It might go back all the way to the start. I need proof. If we ever need proof that you played Baldur's Gate, it's this, and not the Gortash edit. Not the fucking Gortash edit. Oh shit. Okay. Oh god. Oh. Ah. Okay. 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 Go. 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 Okay. This is tangent to the how you attracted to gender you discriminate against because someone was rough with other women, refused to be rough with me because it was. It's like a whole. Okay. I don't think I can get through here. That's a trap. That's the noob trap I fell for like 4 times. So. Okay. 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 Because it's essentially an extension in my head, like the way I conceptualize it, right? Is that line of thought is an extension of the phrase, oh, you're one of the good ones, which I hope not many people here can relate to. Out of, you know, my sympathies for you. But if you can relate to it, you will understand what I'm saying, right? Again, it's the struggle that, oh, maybe people are just people, because to them they're like, no, you have to prove your status as a human, or to me, in order for me to humanize you. This shit is, my humanization of humans is not unconditional. A lot of people think, because, well, for many factors that I don't want to speculate on myself personally, but that's at least the conclusion I've come to when I've dealt with and talked to a lot of people like this. Again, deceptively simple work. Simple, everyone's human. Deceptively simple. All 8 billion people here are people. And you have to do the work of humanizing 8 billion people. That is not easy. Like, you have to truly look at, okay, where's this going? All right, okay. All right. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Fucking barrels, man. I feel like they should make it so that the barrels don't regen. That way it would make sense.
That is why I think we should change the golden rule to say treat those how they want to be treated.
That is one of the nitpicks, the nitpicks I have with Northern Lions, like general philosophy, which, you know, is hard to just determine when dude's just bantering and making jokes on a stream, because that's what he does, right? Is he banters and makes jokes, and he's funny as fuck. But he does cite a lot of times the golden rule, where it's like as like a as a foundation for his, like, you know, morality and behavior. And as a bit, like, that's funny, obviously. But if that is what he seriously believes, which, you know, I don't know him personally, so I don't watch enough of him to be able to profile his ideology and his beliefs. But the golden rule is a bit flawed, because I think we've talked about this before, but bears, you know, repeating again. I don't think you should treat others the way you want to be treated. You should treat others the way they want to be treated. And that's difficult because it's not you should treat others the way they are telling you they should be treated. There's a difference. Because if you're treating others the way they're telling you, like, they should be treated, then, you know, what stops you from being a doormat, right? You're just essentially saying yes to everything and you're just someone's personal servant. No. But, like, treat them the way they should, like, they really want to be. That's difficult deceptively too, I think, or that's simple deceptively too, because it sounds easy, it's captured in a sentence, you're like, yeah, okay, that makes sense, you nod sagely, you nod and, like, say sagely words, Charis Euphranor. But the reality is, one of the most difficult aspects of a belief like that, you know, because the golden rule is easy. The golden rule is conceptually super easy to get behind. There's not a lot of work to do. You just, you know, you treat everyone like you treat yourself, right? That's easy. You just treat you copy and paste yourself times 8 billion. But the reality is wait. Okay. We're still in the game. The easier work is to pretend like 8 billion people out there are exactly like you. The harder work is to realize that the 8 billion people out there are kind of like you, but they're not exactly like you. Every individual is only a version of you. How can you forgive when there's no forgiveness in your heart? How can they forgive if there's no forgiveness in your heart? Is this fine? This is fine. This is okay. This is okay. Basically, I'm Charon's Alticon if every individual's like me. I'm dead. Fucking. Yeah, alright. Okay. Okay. Oh, what? Okay, yep. Okay. Doesn't matter, like, where you're running. Does the boulder always spawn behind you? So in that case, should you just stop moving until the boulder spawns? Is that how that works? Yes, you've been upgraded from paid chatter to paying chatter. That's right. Thanks to the monetization update, which has been demonetized. I fucking can't believe it. It's not funny if it's happening to me. It's only funny if it happens to someone else. No. Fuck. Shit. Okay. I'm pushing the rock up the hill. We're pushing the rock up the hill. We're pushing the rock up the hill. But the question, because maybe I agree with your comment, right? Like, the golden rule to treat others the way you treat them is like insufficient. You want to treat them the way they want to be treated. The question is like,
but
how do you treat them?
That rock up the hill?
I'm like, okay,
But are you happy pushing that rock up the hill?
Why does Parrot read it twice? I think Parrot reads it twice if it's your first message, Ariel, and also if you hit the 10% chance for him to read it. I don't know how to fix that. I think it's just gonna be a bug. I think it's just gonna be a bug going forward. I am zen. I'm not happy, I think. I'm sort of zen. Like, it puts me in a reflective or introspective state that is quite calming for me. I think that's good. Don't do that. This is the first time on your streams. Well, welcome. Everyone's first message, and this resets per stream, gets read out by Parrot. But there's also a 10% chance your message gets read out, and I think maybe Parrot had both going on and just felt so inclined to read it twice. Perchance did you come from, Ariel, if you don't mind, right? Perchance did you come from the male loneliness epidemic stream? I need to know that, because I need to know people's thoughts on it. I really do. And not just like, you know, YouTube comments. I need someone who to like, you know, just a real person. You know what I mean? That's not usually here for like watching things from me or used to hearing my opinion on certain things, like, because I think the stream is looked upon very differently if you don't have any, like, if you've never heard me express my thoughts before. It probably hits different in a way that may not be good, because I might come across, for example, as conceited slightly. Seen some of your short, some short viewers and led me to your channel, like philosophy and history. Wanted to see what you have to say. Oh, I don't think anyone's ever. I didn't know my shorts. Wait, what the fuck? Nobody watched my shorts. I stopped making them like half a year ago. But well, that's good. You saw them. Like this. Oh no! Wait, what does that mean? Oh, that's what that means. Yep, okay. Where's it spawning? There, it's spawning there, it's spawning there. Okay, go forward. That's not forward, that's backwards. Shit. Oh, okay. Remember seeing the class of 9 a couple days ago. Oh, cool. I guess that makes sense. I need to figure out where people are coming from. So thank you for participating in this short informal survey I had. Don't go in there, don't fucking. Okay. That's so good, that's good. Okay. Okay. Upwards we go. I'm pushing a rock up the hill. That's what I'm doing. Are you familiar with the myth of Sisyphus? You're probably familiar with the game. I feel like the game was popular, but are you familiar with the myth of Sisyphus? Because if you are, then maybe you'll see the appeal. This may be one way I'll put it. Has to be your whole sample size. Look, we're struggling out here as small indie VTubers. It is what it is. I gotta take what I can get. And that includes embracing like general male anger and hatred when I try to speak sympathetically about men for the first time on my channel. In a direct way. Because I've talked about men and men's things before that stream. But that stream was when I was dedicated to my thoughts on those things. Came after the first 09, but before Simone de Beauvoir. That's like exactly the that's like the genesis. I do remember when you popped up, I think towards the end of the stream. I remember seeing your name at least towards the end of the stream, that first 09 stream. That was, I think, the genesis of, like, for most people who figured out who I was and decided to watch me. Okay. Up the rock, up the rock. Up the barrels, up the barrels. Don't hit those barrels. Again, I feel like they shouldn't respawn, so there should be a completely valid move of running across the whole field, blowing yourself up to prepare for the rock. That makes sense to me. That to me is not a Sisyphusian task, but it's like I could see it as part of the task. The fact that that would cause my anger at you is very bizarre to me. I am a man, by the way. Well, yeah, it is bizarre to me too, because I just really thought people would be more open-minded. I think the okay, the way I've made sense of it is like they're not actually engaging with me. They're engaging with the title, and they're just angry at the title. Like, I don't think anyone actually watched what I said. They, like, anyone who's being extremely, like, derogatory, like, who's just, you know, anyone whose words are, like, you know, profane and derogatory, and has just had hateful and abusive messages in those comments of that particular stream, were not responding to me. They were responding to the title, which is something I had to expect. There was no way I couldn't expect it. But yeah, we're gonna finish it. My idea is to unlist the second sex streams and then eventually just read the whole thing. That's my idea. How do you feel about that? I want to gauge like a survey. Because it being there and it being choppy and me also, like, you know, talking, me also making comments. Gotta be very careful. I was not careful enough. I was not careful enough. I think I wasn't careful enough. Yeah, I wasn't careful enough. It's over. All right. Okay, if it goes off the rails, what happens? It just spawns all the way back there. Oh, I think where it spawns, it depends on where it, like, it's just where it falls off. Okay. It's not dependent on my location, so I should just run straight downwards. But yeah, like, the whole idea of the stream was me saying, like, men, I feel like, are not heard enough about these specific issues, and we haven't thought enough about these specific issues for men, especially in the context of, you know, progressive ideas about the world and, you know, equality and feminist thought. Women-eye ratio is like 70-30. That's exactly the ratio I'm on right now. Right now, actually. Or last I checked. So you're right on the money from last I checked. Let me check again now. I can check again now. Does anyone want to take a guess? Take a guess now. Let's see. Yep. 69%, 30%. 36, 69%, 69.5, 30.5. So we are at 70-30 now, which is good. We need more men here. I need more men. I need more men. Not to go to war, but just, you know, in general. I want to hear men's thoughts. I do. And not like the insane psycho ones. I mean, like, you know, the fucking, the real... The men who are not insane, who are real people. I need more thoughts, like, I need more thoughts from them. The Love and Deep Space stream has, like, twisted it way too far the other way, I think. I would have thought that more philosophically inclined streams would attract more thoughtful people, TBH. Me too, but I think it's the... If it's a key word, that's like a key political word, or, you know, quote unquote political, because my thoughts on what constitutes political are probably wildly different from the average person, attract people who are not into philosophy regardless. Because the male loneliness epidemic is not, you know, a philosophical concept per se, but I wanted to tackle it through the lens of like some sense of philosophy. Rock moment indeed, Tony. Rock moment indeed. Rock do go burr. The barrels go boom. That's what the barrels do. But in general, again, like, I'm highlighting the one or two minority of like extremely prejudiced and hateful comments. Everyone seems pretty chill. Everyone, like, a lot of, there was a good amount of views, and probably and a good amount of people that enjoyed having heard that and realizing that, you know, you can talk about the unique sufferings of men without undermining the suffering of women. Like, that is entirely not only possible, but in my opinion is necessary for us to make any real progress. Okay, all right, okay. But yeah, the men-women discourse, I think, is, and on this channel, it's entirely settled. Okay, on this channel, I have a stance that is very much opposed to any gender warring and comparing, like, oh, who has it worse, etc., etc. That is not constructive. It is simplistic, and it is not helpful towards any, like, addressing any of the root issues. So the gender war nonsense is not really welcome here. But again, if you want to say things like, oh, but why can't we do that, Charis Euphranor? Why can't we compare them? If you want to beg the question, you certainly can. But if you're gonna be in the comments, not you, of course, not any of you that are listening, really, but if one is in my comments putting up, like, you know, rapid fire misogyny and anti-Semitism and or racism all in one convenient package, then your ass gotta go, probably. Until you learn how to speak like a person, I guess. Like, which, you fucking, these people need to go to school. So many people need to go to school, man. Oh no! Okay. Nap time, have fun pushing the boulder. Thank you, I will. Is this gonna launch me? No, it's not. What happens if it launches me? Okay, I gotta, like, the longer ones are chill. Shit. Launch up! Yes, okay. Okay. Smaller pieces are not as chill. The longer pieces are chill. These are chill. Okay. And the timing is not synced as well. That's fine. But yeah, like, that stream probably did well. It's just much like just the way YouTube comments can be in general. I'm a little more like drawn. My brain is too drawn to the negativity, which sucks because there's a lot of positivity that came out of that. I'm happy with. Don't. Ooh, okay. Can you break these? Can you break these crates? You cannot break these crates. They are reinforced. I understand. That's fine. Go. So that when people bring down one side of an issue to raise another, it kind of shows that they can't consider the side of the issue by itself, which causes behavior like, oh yeah, for sure. Like, there's none of it is like, none of that, you know, stuff is honest. Oh, what? Oh, that's weird. Okay. It's like honest intellectual rigor. It's entirely just, you know, reactionary hatred. Okay. But my problem isn't like, oh, how do my ideas hold philosophical weight? Are they grounded in, you know, sensible, rational, like, logic? That's not my, like, struggle, because I've done enough of that shit at school. I don't want to fucking... Oh, wait, why don't you just go in the middle? Wait, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, it's chill. This one's chill. Okay. Why don't we just go in the middle? This won't kill us. Bullets? Yeah, yeah. Okay. It's holding it steady. That's fine. Oh, oh! Okay. When people, yeah, like, because comparison is one of the ways we, as humans, can conceptualize ideas, or like, you know, crystallize them into our minds and make sense of them. But when you rely on just comparing stuff with each other, and that's the only way you can make sense of something is by, like, you know, when you talk about one thing to talk in negativity with the other, then that becomes, like, you know, your failure in schooling, I suppose, is the perhaps more impatient way for me to put it. Don't do that. Okay. Which I guess brings me to one of the points I wanted to make earlier. That might be a controversial opinion as well. School... No, it's not. It's not a hot take, Charis Euphranor. This is a very cold take, but schools are not doing nearly enough. And one of the reasons why it's not is because, like, the world is changing. And new things are happening. But the stuff that's being taught at school is not enough to equip people to deal with new problems. Just very specific, problem-based, measurement-based issues, such as new methods of making things more efficiently and quicker. And that is a societal level issue that none of us want to talk about because it's hard. It's not just, oh, the schools need to do better. No. It's like the schools are equipping them, because when I make the point that the schools are not equipping them for, like, these more difficult issues that are springing up and new, it's not that students are not being prepared for society. They actually are, but they're being prepared for a version of society that, you know, I guess is the self-fulfilling prophecy of rampant consumerism. Why is he so defeated? I'm just taking a break, Sisyphus. Is he still gonna leave? Hopefully, resuming hours later. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how long I push this rock up for. Goodbye, though. Been saying that for ages. Schools nowadays are not teaching anything. Will be pretty much worldwide, and if anything, they're regressing. Yeah, and the reality of it, because this really boils down. The more you think about the educational system, you have to at some point confront, like, the political disagreements that may come with it. What is this? Is this ice, or is this water? This is water. Okay, that's not too bad then, right? Okay. But I feel like it's not regressing like somehow magically. It's regressing because, you know, there is no economic demand for like well-rounded people who can bring humanity forward. There is only an economic demand for more consumers. And if you really want to think about it, at least the way I see it, right? On the individual level, it's kind of like we all contribute to this force. Our impatience, our lack of appreciation for the arts, maybe, our desire to just get thing now and get it as fast as possible is directly influencing every other aspect, including the educational system. So it's not enough to just, oh, we just need to fix schools, right? No, it's like, it's not an isolated issue. This is a net of things that, this is a web of things that are connected that we need to deal with. It doesn't make me pessimistic, but it does kind of like make me breathe a sigh of, okay, I've got my work cut out for me, don't I? It's like pushing a rock up a hill. You know what? It's kind of like pushing a rock up a hill, because every time it feels like, oh, we're finally making some progress in some other area, like some other bit makes you go, oh, never mind. We did one step forward and 2 steps back. Okay, hold on. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Okay. What happens if it has that rock? What happens? What's it doing? What's it doing? Oh dear. Oh no. Oh. Uh-oh. Can it stay there? It's not staying there. That's no good. What happens if it stays there? It's falling off. Okay. Okay. Will it stay there? It will stay there. It will stay there. It will stay there. It really is the Industrial Revolution and its consequences. Society has assigned less value to the humanities and their products as time moved on in recent history. But yeah, society is not some nebulous concept. Here's maybe something that I'll say that can hopefully be a bit more like insightful and less just warm takes, right? But society is not some nebulous concept that's like an invisible force that we don't know how to deal with. We are a part of society, that we are literally, we shape, like when we think, oh, society, oh, people, like the individual is a part of that, no matter how insignificant it may seem. You and I are part of that crowd too. Which is why the saying that change comes from within is not, like, even when you're looking at big external, like seemingly external issues, is not untrue. Oh! Okay, we got the safety net there at least. Okay. There's only so much schools can do if they're being held back by legislation and fiscal constraints, though. It's not that educators don't want to teach the next generation with field trips and books. It's just, they can't. Yeah, 100% agree with that. Like, the teachers are suffering, man. Like, they have it rough. The teachers are trying their best. They're trying their damnedest. They're being paid fucking peanuts. The resources, the infrastructural resources are not enough for them to, you know, do what they need to do. Students are getting more and more impatient and using their phones in goddamn class. I remember, like, no, never mind. I was gonna say, I remember when, like, that was not as big of an issue, but it's always been. It has always been an issue. But ultimately, of course, I think it's people, even like, you know, like-minded individuals like you and I are kind of part of the problem. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. That's okay. No. No, it is spawning like behind where I am. Is it gonna go back all the way down, do you think? Do you think it'll go all the way back down? Do you think the rock will roll all the way back down? It might. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. And the boulder goes down to tile floor and makes a pretty sound. I do like some of the sound effects. Okay, it's on its way back down. I just want to like some stretch. Do some stretches. Just crack my bones for a bit. Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's continue. Let us begin anew. I'm not even mad. You have to understand I'm probably the... Like, I've read enough about this. Like, I've read enough absurdism and existentialism that I understand this is all metaphorical, and that's okay. I used to be frustrated.
Despite how soul-crushing it can be, this game seems to have pretty uplifting music.
Yeah, I agree. I do think the music is a lot better than I thought it would be, because I don't usually hear it. I think it's like... Okay, I've never played this game before, but I've watched people play it, and by people I mean I think I've only watched like Northern Lion play it, but I don't really like pay attention to the music. I'm usually just listening to him talking. The music is quite nice. It's quite relaxing. I feel as though this is sort of like a test of... Like, it's not a streamer rage game, I think. Or maybe it is. But the way I see it is like, it's... Because of the themes of Sisyphus, I can't help but feel like very calm about it. Like, very zen. Very like, yeah, this is the way the game works. And the ball will roll down the hill. Or the boulder. And that's okay, because I can just push it back up again. And I'm not like caught up on, oh, but like I need to get to the finish line so I can play the next video game. No. Why do I want to play the next video game when it's just gonna be this again, but like dishonest? I don't feel soul crushed yet, but maybe it's because I haven't experienced true loss. Like, I feel like maybe in about I have to roll it through 15 more regions for it then to come back to the beginning again for me to suffer. But at the same time, like, I'm a big Hades enjoyer, and when you die in the run, you are just resetting. But the gameplay itself is fun enough for me to, like, you know, enjoy it a lot. And for this game, it's like, I wouldn't say it's no different, but its differences do not impede my enjoyment of this game either. Would I play this game off stream though? Probably not. This is the type of game I would play if I was on stream. Notice the Benefonti isn't adding snarky epithets and remarks in his dumb British accent. I do think, yeah, like, those games I feel as though would be improved if the guy shut the fuck up. Oh, that's terrible, isn't it? Well, sometimes it's good to feel terrible, like, or whatever. Like, I don't need to listen to you. You don't fucking matter. You're not saying anything that's really that important. You really are just there to piss me off. That's what it feels like when I listen to him. I haven't played much of the Faudian games either, though. I could play those eventually. I could get to them. Okay, we've course corrected. We're back on this bridge. But I don't think I would play this by myself. I feel like that's a little hypocritical. I feel like I would not play this if I wasn't live streaming myself playing it. Granted, not to many people, but still. Struggles up towards the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Charis happy. Indeed. But the people who are like, who talk about, not this game, but like the myth of Sisyphus, I feel like everyone knows Albert's quote, but they don't know what he's saying. Like, they don't know the whole message. Because I saw, and again, this is, you know, I guess dumb Twitter discourse a while ago. Someone linked me, someone
the only
who's usually
person
in
from
chat.
that I'm willing to take a cursed island he'll take snark remarks is Lemmy.
Lemmy's remarks are funny, yeah. Don't do that. Stop. Yep, okay. Survived, how's everything? We're pushing a rock up a hill. But like, you know, some people don't know why Camus says that. And it's evident when they tweet things like, why doesn't Sisyphus just let the boulder... Why doesn't Sisyphus just crush his own skull with the boulder? You know, oh, why doesn't he kill himself? Motherfucker, Albert Camus literally addresses that in the first paragraph, or like the first section of the essay, is like the question of suicide being the greatest philosophical question, or the greatest absurdist question, I suppose, or maybe like the greatest existential question, which paves the way for absurdism. Like, why don't you kill yourself? That's the whole point. That's the first big point that Camus talks about. And, you know, people don't have the patience to sit through anything beyond the pop culture understanding of like, oh, man pushes rock uphill. Haha, funny. It's just like me going to work, for real. Not understanding like the wider, greater kind of significance of this, especially in relation to Camus' essay. Which, you know, by the way, I sound like I'm speaking on as an authority, but I've only read like parts of the essay. But I haven't read the full essay itself. Do we have enough time to squeeze through the middle? I think we do. We don't. That's okay though, we go from here instead. We're changing course now. Don't do that. There's no music. There is music, it just took a while to play. Okay. The music is really not bad. If he reads The Stranger, we should take a shot every time there's a French person smoking on a balcony. Just go to, well, I mean, it's real though. Like, go to Paris and then look around and be like, oh yeah, shit, this is everywhere. Makes me want to read the actual essay itself. I never read it, but I've listened to podcasts discussing communist philosophy. I recommend it. It's a great read. But if you know you're not as inclined to, for now, I have plans to read it on stream in the future. So, or to, you know, maybe record a video of just me reading it that you can treat like an audiobook if you prefer, if you so prefer. It really is just to get my own ass to read it though. Like that's it's motivation for myself beyond like anything else. To read something. But the essay itself is really like, it's fascinating stuff. The quote at the end, you know, the things people quote at the end are a summary of the way he feels about, you know, the Rock and Sisyphus, but it's like, you know, it hits harder if you know the context from which, or like, you know, the context of his arguments. Yeah, this is way too therapeutic for me. I don't even care if it launches down. If it does, it can go up. Is this meant to be an April Fool's joke? I don't know, maybe. The real April Fool's joke is I set up this stream and this schedule where I said I would stream this game for the rest of the week. And literally just this game. And you don't know if that part of it is the April Fool's joke. Or if I'm seriously doing that. And that's the April Fool's joke. Or if there's just no joke at all. This is just how life is. Totally watch your read through and give your thoughts. Well, great. Look forward to that then, I guess. Oh dear. I didn't really have an April Fool's joke in mind, or I had some drafts for some, but they ended up being a lot of requiring far too much time and effort that I could spare right now, and I'd rather not do it than do a half-assed joke, you know what I mean? But then it feels like I'm the one being fooled, and I am the clown anyways at my expense, because the stream I did yesterday where I celebrated being able to monetize streaming got demonetized because I used 3 or 4 minutes worth of like soulless corpo music. Ugh. It's a bit painful, it is, just a little bit. But again, it's kind of like pushing a rock up a hill, isn't it? I think you just gotta be patient with it. I think you just can't rush it, because if you rush through it, try to take shortcuts, you're gonna, you know, lose all your progress. Really, fools were ourselves all along. It was me. Like, I felt like it was at my expense entirely, because it was my stream that got demonetized, no one else's. Actually, no, the joke's on all of you, because you're gonna have to watch me play the Sisyphus game for like a week. And nothing else. I'm just going to push a rock up a hill. And the best part is I'm gonna enjoy it. The joke's not even on me. Like, I'm gonna find myself. I'm gonna discover things about myself. More things about myself than I don't already know. And that's gonna be a great and meaningful experience. Like, I'm spending that's what it feels like. It's like I'm spending time with myself. Okay, I see how to stabilize the boulder now. Makes sense to me. Oh, you really don't have a lot of time. Ooh. Sorry, my hands are a little tired already. How long have I been pushing this rock up for? Like 2 hours? It doesn't feel like 2 hours. It does feel like the time sort of just flies by when you're pushing a rock up a hill. Punishment by the gods. What did he do again? Sisyphus, he evaded, he tried to cheat death, right? Like, because he tried to evade, like, Hades. And he ran from the gods for, like, quite a while, making a fool of them. And when the gods finally caught them, they were like, you know, we can't let that shit slide. And so they made him push a rock up a hill forever. I think. People don't really think about what Sisyphus's crimes were, more just like the punishment, right? That's his legacy. Go that far and left.
He hasn't advanced as Alha. We should turn this experience into hell for him too.
No, I have advanced enough that I don't have that. I don't feel the urge to, you know, jump off a building every time my rock rolls down. It is what it is. Plato or Aristotle, do you have a preference and why? My preference is Plato, but I have a bias because I know my education has lent me to more Platonic texts than Aristotelian texts. And people in the general internet sphere who are into Plato are a lot less annoying than the people who are into Aristotle. So I have a bias, but that's my bias. Oh, don't. Oh, okay. We're back. And there we are. We're right back where we started. Or we were right back where we started, and now we were right back where we last left off. Okay. I feel like, so maybe some more context would be good and helpful. My favorite thinker is a Danish philosopher, Søren Kierkegaard. Søren Kierkegaard is the way you pronounce him, but like, I say Kierkegaard because I don't speak the language very well. Is the reason. But one of the most illuminating, in my opinion, contributions he's made to existential philosophy is are his ideas on Socratic irony. So that would be like the way Socrates, the way he was ironic, both in what he said and his methodology, but also the life he lived was one that was like filled with an irony, a sense of irony. And there's no proper way, or there is a proper way. It's not that there's no proper way. I'm not very good at explaining what I mean by that. When I say like irony, because irony as a tool of humor is very different from irony, or not very different, but like the moment something is used in mainstream contemporary language, it tends to be not exactly faithful to the nuance of the original definition. But Socratic irony is the way he positions himself in opposition with his interlocutors, with the people he would argue and speak with. But not just when he was speaking was he a lot of times ironic. It was also in his life that he lived. He put himself in a position to the rest of the Athenians that I think forced or at least compelled a sense of subjective becoming of oneself in those people. And that I think is a very powerful tool that to use in the efforts to help people humanize themselves and each other. And that idea is, based off of the works of, Plato. And because of that, combined with my just more familiarity with Plato's work and his actual texts, because I've only read, most of the readings I've done on Aristotle are like secondhand, like secondary sources that use his ideas to advance further ideologies or like views. But I'm a bit more familiar with the Platonic dialogues themselves, as that was my educational background, I suppose. So I have to say Plato. But really, I'm not like much of a, and I know that's not the question, of course, but like, you know, it doesn't hurt to say it now. I'm not much of a fan of like, oh, okay, this is the philosopher I like, I agree with their thoughts, and this is my personality now going forward. Like, I mean, I'm only 60 years young. I have a lot of time to change my mind. I look forward to too. Though I just, and perhaps, you know, of course I would feel that way. I struggle to conceptualize how my mind would change going forward in life.
I see. I prefer Aristotle, but I have to admit reading him directly is a bit of a pain to parse.
And I'm sure, like, you know, you're not alone on that. I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way. Okay, what? I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way, which is why, like, there's a sort of, and I don't want to, like, you know, just start going off on people, like, you know, invisible straw men in my head battling the demons, but there are a good amount of people, mostly online, I don't know that many people IRL who do this, who bastardize, like, you know, the thoughts of various thinkers, and one of them is like one of the philosophers that falls victim to that is like Aristotle. But I think you'll really get a feel for it when you read them directly. So it's good to eventually get to the primary text. But you don't have to feel pressured to do that first.
If achieved, would be to change your mind?
That's a really good question. Because, like, you know, what do I mean by change my mind, right? That's a really good question, Strawberry. Maybe let me start with the question in my head, right? Like, let's get to that question, because that question is like a difficult question, right? When was the last time my mind changed? Let me think. Not like, you know, the first time, but like the last time my mind changed significantly enough for me to, you know, refer to it as the changing of a mind, even though it's, you know, the same mind in some sense of the word, right? Oh God, what does that do? Oh, okay. Can we get it on this boulder? Or can we get it on this ramp? Guess not. That's fine. That's okay. It's okay. That's not 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 okay. Okay. All right. The last time my mind changed was when I had, okay, this is like a sort of, but there's no other way for me to address this, honestly. Okay, let me think. Actually, there is probably a way I can, like, anonymize it. Let me think. The last time my mind changed was when I was dealing with someone.
King, you eventually reach a checkpoint, but with this there's zero safety. You could be 30 seconds from the end, and one mistake could send you all the way back to the start.
Yeah, but I like that. That's kind of like the spirit of the game, right? So it makes sense to me. Like, this is what I signed up for to play, I guess. I don't think of it as a Jump King. I think of it as like a Game of Sisyphus. I guess that gives this game its own identity in that regard, right? But anyways, the last time my mind changed was on the perspective I used to. My monitor just crashed. My monitor just crashed. My monitor just crashed. Can't see anything. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Fuck. It's okay. We got it back. It's okay. It's okay. That was practice. That was practice for the next time. I'll remember that there's a chance that my monitor crashes as well, and I'm just gonna have to deal with that. It's okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's what happens when you're a philosophy major and you can't afford to have multiple monitors. That's okay. That's okay. The last time I changed my mind, truthfully, was on the issue or on the idea I had that if I tried, like, if given sufficient amount of time, I could change the heart. I could change the heart of anyone. And that changed when I had a sort of an extensive, because I was given that time too. That's how my mind changed, right? I had an extensive amount of time spent with someone who was extremely stubborn, but also extremely intelligent. Oh no! Damn. Oh well. And I couldn't change his mind or his heart because he'd made up his mind and his heart, it seemed. And it was difficult to talk to this person and try to, like, you know, address disagreements because they were just very much, he was very much like confrontational and prideful and, you know, all around just unhealthy and trauma informed in a lot of his, like, you know, being. And even though I understood where the disagreement was, and I understood what was, you know, what were some of the issues presented in our communication and just, like, you know, interactions, and even though I was given a lot of time to talk with this person, I ultimately don't think, at least not at the moment, I don't think I changed his heart, which is, like, you know, a bit disheartening for me because I prided myself in being able to do that. I wanted to think to that at least. I was really good at capturing how people felt and seeing where they came from and being able to push people into, you know, hopefully a better direction. And I don't mean better in like, oh, you are now a better person because you've talked to me and I've improved you. No. I just mean like a more, like, an aspect of yourself that of a person's self that they might have been pushing away or not been able to confront directly. I find that I'm really good at helping people deal with that. What if it's just a skill issue? Yeah, like, so that's the thing in my head. That's always in my head that, like, well, at least prior to that encounter, right, I was thinking, like, what if, like, it's always a skill issue. If I'm good enough, I can do that, you know. Is that a gun in front of me? Oh, we'll see it later. Until, you know, my extensive encounters with this person. But I think post my extensive encounters with this person, I stopped thinking that. I stopped thinking it's a skill issue. I stopped thinking I just need to try harder. I just need to be better. I just need to, like, you know, figure out what they're doing.
I will be right there once it is over and done with.
Well, you don't have to be right here. You can finish the report first. I'm just pushing a rock up a hill. Not too exciting. Like, you're not missing out on much this year. Don't worry. But anyways, that was the first time I changed my mind. Or, sorry, that was the last time I changed my mind. The most recent change of mind was due to something like this. And the change was, I held very strongly that if I was good enough, I could, you know, I can move anyone's heart. But my now perspective on this is, like, sometimes that's just not possible, and that's okay that it's not possible, at least not in the moment. But that does not, for example, like, I don't think, congratulations on taking the first step. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I don't like the sound of that. Those are arrows, huh? Okay. 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 Oh, ah! Okay. It's fine. He's something I can fix him, good for him. It's not like fix, because I don't like the connotations that, like, you know, I'm going around repairing people. That's not true. It's just like, what? They do that? I gotta study this for a bit. Will I have enough time to just go through it? I feel like I do. Okay, I feel like I do have enough time to go through this. I do. Okay. Chip. Okay. But I stopped thinking I can make meaningful change. Like if I just try hard enough. Sometimes this shit is unavoidable and takes not just time, but like different experiences that I'm only one person, right? I feel like that's helped me grow into a better person. My maturing of this idea and this view. I'm still optimistic in that I think. Okay. I feel as though all of that effort does help contribute to the planting of, if not like cultivation of this, the seeds of change. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with not seeing the flowers bloom. Just knowing that, ow. Just knowing that I watered the soil is enough for me. I don't need to see the flower bloom. Yeah. So what it would take for me to change my mind, when I say change my mind, right, is for one of the things I believe about, not just myself, but like the things about maybe like the world that I believe in, to be radically challenged. That hopefully result in me growing as a person. That's what constitutes changing my mind. And what it would take is, it would have to take an experience. It would have to take a direct confrontation to one of the core things I believe in. What the hell? Okay, my game's just lagging now. So for instance, it would be maybe, for example, no, I can't think of anything. What is like something I hold on to that could be challenged? Like, I don't know. Part of the thing for, you know, the changing of my mind, at least. What do the scarecrows do? Okay. Part of that whole thing is I don't really know what parts of my mind could change and how. Like, I couldn't even conceive of how they could be, because for the longest time in my experience, because of my patience and hopefully wisdom and virtue, etc., whenever there is a problem, or like not a problem, whenever I encounter difficulty in my pursuit of helping people understand themselves better, I've been able to at least make a little bit of visible change. So I guess like it really was just unstoppable force meets immovable object. And me realizing I'm not an unstoppable force. I can emancipate him from his ignorance. It is what it is. That's not like, it's not just that it is what it is. What do they... What? Okay. Okay, all right. Yep, that was a mistake. That was my mistake. Yep, that was, yep. Okay. 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 Fuck. You can't do this to me. Okay. 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 At least it's there. At least it's there. There. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh. Okay. I thought you were having a DC for 2. I'm a little worried because I'm such a gamer, right? Like I'm so good. Like, what if I finish? Never mind. What if I finish the game too early? Like, what if I do it and then the stream ends in like 3 hours, and it's not that interesting anymore? I don't know. And then the moment I have those thoughts, this happens. So I'm not too worried. These arrows are not that scary now that I'm thinking about it. They don't like reset me. They don't kill me. So for my mind to be changed, one of the things I believe in very strongly needs to be directly challenged and address, and like my view on it has to mature to the point where I would probably disagree with a lot of core issues if I like hold that belief versus if I did prior to that thing. What I mean is for my mind to change, there must be a pre and post mind change era of my thoughts that would address issues differently. I guess. What that could be, I don't know. At the moment I feel as though I have everything figured out. Or everything, like, you know, there is to be figured out without just being more informed of the world and the details of what's happening. Like, it's not just the general idea. Oh, fuck. Okay. Like, for instance, I feel like my mind wouldn't change, for example, if I were made more aware of certain political issues that I was not previously made aware of. Because that's not my mind changing. That's just me, like, what? No. That's just me, like, figuring out. Fucking okay. That's just me figuring out. Is that good? That's not good. That's not good. How am I supposed to? Okay. Okay. Dude, what's going on? Why can't I? Okay. I think it's because I leaned too far into one direction. Okay. Okay. My readjustment needs adjustment. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I spent a lot of time on that question because I was really thinking about it. But yeah, if for example you tell me about something that happened in a different, you know, country or region that I was not previously aware of, because one of the weaknesses I think I have in personally is I'm not very good at retaining knowledge or just retaining information about stuff. And that makes it, and that's especially apparent when I want to think about global issues. I tend to mistakenly overgeneralize based on my own experiences. Even though I am aware that I do this, I still commit the mistake sometimes. The temptation is always there to say,
sorry, Chairman.
People do this.
Not today.
No, today indeed. If not today, then tomorrow. But today is very likely. But if you ask me, what do you think about this? My response is probably like, okay, give me context and I'll be able to maybe give my thoughts on it. Without context, I have no goddamn clue. Because if you're mentioning a thing or an issue or like a scenario or a news or like a piece of news, then I probably don't see it. Because even if I did see it, I wouldn't be able to store it in my brain for very long and very well. Unless it's directly related to whatever else I'm thinking of. I'm not very good at handling a lot of information. Someone asked a question though. Let me just... This discussion reminds you of the preface paradox. Do you know that one? I don't know what the preface paradox is. I'm sorry, I came to that later. Preface... Let me look it up. Preface paradox. Philosophical puzzle where an author in a book's preface expresses a belief that the book's content is likely true while also acknowledging a high probability of errors within it, creating an apparent inconsistency. So... is it kind of like the this statement is false paradox? Likely true while also acknowledging a high probability of errors within it. It's likely true, but there's a high probability of error. Well, that's because, is the assumption, is part of the premise of the paradox like that? Oh, I did not know I was that close to the arrows, but is part of the premise of the paradox that like the errors that are likely to occur do not impact the conclusions that the book makes or something? Well, maybe not conclusions, but it's likely true, but there's a high probability of error. What is high? What is a high probability of error? Like, while someone can write a book and believe everything is true, but be aware that something here may be false. But like, oh, maybe it's just like, you know, because I googled it, and unfortunately, I'm sorry, like, you can cancel me for this. I relied on the Google AI summary instead of reading what the hell the source actually was. Okay, you can lambast me for that. That's fair. That's laziness. That's my laziness. But it did say like a high probability of error. If it's just, oh, some of these things in this book might be wrong, then that's just like a important, like somewhat not unimportant. Like it's a non-negligible skepticism one holds towards maybe the facts of the world in general, right? Skepticism is like, you know, not inherently the worst thing in the world. Being skeptical of things. But if your skepticism undermines like any sense of trust at all, then you've got problems. Those are problems you're gonna have to deal with. It's kind of like if I asked you if everything you believe is true. Shit. Oh god. I looked at chat. I looked at a chat message and I wasn't paying attention to where the walk was going. That's entirely on me. That's entirely on me. It's kind of like if I asked if everything you believe is true, but then asked, is the probability that you're wrong about, is there the probability you're wrong about at least one thing? And you would say yes to both. But I wouldn't say yes to the, oh, it goes down there? Fuck, it's over. I wouldn't say yes to the first question, is if everything you believe is true. All I can say is like, everything I believe is everything I believe. Whether it is true or not, like, I cannot make any comments on, right? You're practicing extraordinary humility in your gameplay. Impressive. Thank you. I am indeed. Sorry for causing the fall. Hey, that just means there's more rock to push. And who doesn't want more rock to push? I should play Trick Shot Simulator next. But I don't want to just bite off of NL's like trend. Okay, I don't want to do that. That's why I waited this long to play the Game of Sisyphus. Okay. But I wouldn't say, I guess maybe the way I personally resolve that paradox for myself is I wouldn't say yes to the first bit of like, you know, everything here is likely true. All I would say is like, my pursuit of the truth has led to this. My pursuit of what I think is the truth has led me to this. But I can't make any guarantees with of like, you know, how my views and perceptions interact with this so-called capital T truth. Like I can't make any statements about that. Because everything I say about what is true is just what I think is true. And then you get into the, oh, but what about like, you know, what's it called? The three O's, you know, like the problem of evil and the ontological argument for God. Yeah, there we go. Is Mary into the Laternu family?
Yeah, believing such and such as true doesn't necessarily make them true.
I don't know what is true. Maybe is another way to put it, but also, am I taking a shortcut way out? Like, am I just relying on my Socratic, like, ignorance? And just going like, well, I don't know, what do you think? And then being like a little shit. And claiming, oh, I don't know anything, so you can't interrogate my worldviews. I don't think that's fair, though. Sorry, I should get more water after this. The next time the rock falls, I'm gonna take a break and grab some water. Everyone remind me to do that, because I ran out of water in my cup. Oh, I should boil some water. I haven't done that yet. I'll get some juice maybe. I'll treat myself to some juice while I climb this hill. So like, let me just think about the book paradox again. Like, you believe what's in the book is likely true, but also there's high probability of error. Yeah, I don't think what I would say is likely true, merely that in my pursuit of what I believe is the truth, that has led to this. Whatever this is. And hopefully you resonate with it, but I wouldn't be like, these are true. But that's difficult because I feel like you fall a bit too far if you take that stance into the whole, like, you know, oh, everything's subjective. Truth is subjective and not real, which is like, you know, I think it's a defensible position. Oh, wait, is that good? That is good. That is good. That is good. Oh my god. Okay, it fell very gently onto that. Okay. Okay. How much progress have you made? Just awoken from your nap? Quite a lot. We're at this section of the map now. I feel like I'm really good at this game. Like, I feel like the average person is probably going to take longer than me to finish this. Rock edge bugged. Is that a bug? I thought it was, you know, just like it didn't gather enough momentum to shoot over it, right? Because it just fell on top of it. That's not a bug. That's a feature. And by I'm good at the game, I don't mean, oh, I'm making progress towards completing it. And I mean, like, you know, fuck. Shit. I gotta stop looking at chat. And that, like, I feel like I'm patient enough that it's okay. And I don't make the mistakes that people would make when they're impatient and just trying to, like, beat the game. For example, I'm only making mistakes of my mechanics. Ow. Doesn't even hit the rock, it just hits me. Yeah, that's fine then. Edge bugging is a general term for funny edge-related happenings. Such as the Counter-Strike edge acceleration bug. What's the edge acceleration bug in Counter-Strike? Can you tell me about that? Are you talking about like bunny hopping? Ooh! Okay. 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 That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. What about on objective A or B? It's a, yeah, like, that's a very, shit, like, it's a very valid concern. It's, speaking of very valid concerns. 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 We're gonna, yeah, it is. Oh, it's stuck there. Wonderful. Okay. I'm not too peeped about it then. This river water is also very valid. You are correct indeed. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. Wait, that like bugs out the whole thing, doesn't it? And you don't hear the music, so okay. Wait. Let me bring you back here first.
Edge hoping is when you build speed on Counter-Strike Surfime the CSGO days. For a more contemporary example is goon hoping in the indie game BRC.
When you jump onto a ledge, such as the edge of a crate or building, when approached from a certain angle, the player character will stop slightly, then resume momentum in the direction of the ledge. Oh wow. Edge hopping is when you build speed on Counter-Strike Surf in the CSGO days. For more contemporary example is goon hopping in the indie game BRC. I can't tell if you're like you just wanted me to say those words and that you just made that up, or if like that is a real fact about something. But I'm back. I was gonna grab some orange juice, but then I realized I have a carton of milk that goes bad in a few days, so I need to finish that, so I just instead have a glass of milk with me. What's that? Button. Okay, it's not important. Google CS2 Edge bug on your work computer to know more. I don't think I want to Google that on my work computer. Okay. Rock uphill. Rock uphill. What was I talking about? I don't remember what I was talking about. Make a shake and cook with it or something. I've done it. I need to do it. Yeah, it's a good idea. I just need to like figure out how to do that. But that's a good idea. That's a good idea. But maybe there are things. Come on, let me try to think. The problem with the I know nothing Socratic ignorance. Something about no. The problem with my Socratic ignorance is even though, okay, it's, what the hell? All right. I'm being crushed right now. I'm not crushed anymore. Is, even though it's like, for example, logically consistent, it's difficult for people to accept, for example, that you know nothing. Because how then can you make statements about the world? I haven't resolved the epistemological dilemmas in my head, by the way. Like, I genuinely still haven't figured out what is knowledge and how to acquire it. It's a tough question, and it's not one I'm interested in personally. So sometimes I make the move where I say for the sake of argument that I don't know anything and it's logically consistent. But then when I'm being serious and genuine and authentic with myself, not in the context of an argument, but just in general how I feel about things, I want to claim some type of knowledge. I want to claim that I know some things. But the epistemological struggle from that, I have not been able to deal with yet. It's not my area of expertise, if you couldn't tell already. I don't know how I know things. Yeah, you can have the justified true belief. You can have the fucking like, what if you have the questions like, what if you looked at the distance and it was just a cardboard cutout of a cow, but you didn't know that. You thought it was a cow. So you just believed there was a cow, and so you approached there thinking there was a cow to like herd, and then as you got closer and you see the cardboard cutout, you see that there actually was a cow right behind the cardboard cutout. Did you have a knowledge that there was a cow there? Did you know that there was a cow there? There you go. That's the word. Oh yeah, since you tweeted about it once, did you finish Existential Unplugged? No, I've not finished it. I am, I think 12 chapters in. I don't quite remember the last time though, because it's been like it's been more than a week since I've read it, so my memory is super hazy. I got to Pascal, the introduction of the was it Pascal? The mathematician character who like scams the group or something. Metaphysics arc when? I hate metaphysics. You have no idea how much I hate metaphysics. Not because I think it's bad. I hate it because it's so incomprehensible to me. And a lot of times, it's not that there's like, I don't make any metaphysical claims. It's that I don't interrogate my metaphysical claims enough, or a lot, as much as metaphysicists do. I tend to take a lot of things as fact, you know, as we all do, right? Ow, 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 ow. And when I say metaphysics, I mean like I find oftentimes, at least in the philosophy of metaphysics, right? The only way to resolve, or one of the most popular ways, maybe not the only way, one of the most popular ways to resolve a lot of metaphysical questions is through the building of a perfect system. It's the perfect metaphysical system that answers every question, and it's like a top-down approach. Like the moment you build the perfect ethical the perfect metaphysical system, and the answer to every question lies in place as well, such as all the ethical questions, etc., etc. I don't like that, because I feel like that is a dispassionate and not genuine approach to human existence. Pythagoras. Yeah, Pythagoras. Yeah, the drummer. The drummer. I think I just got to the part where we meet Pythagoras for the first bit. I've tweeted about it, and I've not been caught up on it, so I'm a big liar. I'm not a real fan of Existential Unplugged, honestly. I like the inclusion of John Locke, though. It's funny. Okay. I'm being ganged up on. This is a crime. This is criminal behavior. Oh, this is troubling. This is troubling. This is troubling. This is very troubling. Okay. Let's go here. Okay, it's not so troubling anymore. I figured it out. That's how life is. You go like, oh my god, that's a big deal. It's actually not that big of a deal. You figure it out. You're like, oh, okay, that's fine. Especially with chance. Yeah, like the the epistemological questions that are raised in, you know, epistemology are a headache enough, but you combine that with the headache of like the concept of chance, and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. I mean, that's how most people think too, but I'm very hypocritical when I say this, and then I claim to be the philosopher VTuber, aren't I? Very hypocritical indeed. There's not that I shy away from those questions necessarily just forever. It's just, for now, I choose to focus on other things. The long and short of it, however, is, though, or the upshot, maybe, for my... Oh! Wait. Yes! Okay. The upshot, though, is my goat, Kierkegaard, right? He's got a... one of the things he said, one of the quotes he has is, I stopped being concerned, he was like something at a certain age, I stopped being concerned with what I knew or what to know, and I started thinking about what to do. And I think that encapsulates his philosophy quite well, you know, in a nutshell, I suppose. And likewise for me, I'm not too concerned with what I know. I stopped being too concerned with what I know and more concerned with what I should do. And of course you have to say, well, what you should do is informed by what you know, etc., etc. Yeah, it is. But you see where this is, you see the reason why I said that, right? You do. Oh hell no, they put math and philosophy. The entire tradition of analytic philosophy is like, you know, just disguised maths. Every analytic philosopher is just a failed mathematician.
But also what you know is determined by what you do.
That's true. That's true. Oh, Bragava, you're a member. You didn't do it on stream, so I didn't get to shout you out, I think. Or maybe you did and I didn't see it, sorry. But welcome to membership. You get access to nice emotes you can use and spam. Spam is not good, but if it's emotes, it's acceptable. Your guy would have a stroke learning about megachurches. He already had a stroke learning about regular churches. His father was a pastor. Yes, I hope you enjoy the emotes. But I hope you don't mind. There's nothing else I can offer for your membership, because whatever I do, I want to be accessible to everyone else as well. So nothing's, you know, you being a member doesn't really give you access to anything more than just, like, you know, nice emotes, hopefully. But probably enough to fill your heart, I hope. Just like how this rock is enough to fill mine. Why am I so slow? Oh. Is that a good thing? That I'm slow? I think that's good. You mentioned adding the other. I added 2 more, yes. I didn't really mention it though, because I did that right before stream, but I added 2 more emotes because we got some members in. I think we have 8 members now. We have 8 channel members, and that allows us these 2 emotes. I think if we get 7 more members, it's like we get 2 more emotes, and so we can unlock the last 2 with that, but you know. Really do wonder how Kierkegaard will react to society in Big 2025. I don't think I can't imagine it being too different from the way he saw his world. Is that a bomb? I can't imagine it being too different. It's definitely, and I did a reading stream on this as well. It was, I think, my first or second one, in fact, of Kierkegaard's Twin Ages, a literary review. Was it 2 ages? I don't remember exactly what it was, but this I think is like shit. That's good. That's wow, that's really good actually. Okay, hold on. This tar is really nice. Because yeah, it slows me down, but I like the journey being slower. Anyways, what you know is determined by what you do is a very valid and interesting epistemological proposition, because the study of epistemology is basically how do we know, like how do we gain knowledge, or how do we know things, and is that through, how much of that is through empirical evidence, or like experiences with the world, how much does that have to do with what's inside your head, etc., etc. Those are the epistemological questions. Personally, I think they're interesting questions, but not the most interesting questions for me personally. Mega churches are a beast of their own. Have you seen they're big enough to have wire systems that lifts the pastors and performers? I think it's like it can be cool, but I just there's a lot of sin in these churches, man. There's a lot. Even what was it? What's that passage? There's like a Bible passage that's like this concept, right? That's like, even the devil speaks in the words of scripture or something. There's that. There's only math and philosophy for analytics. Yeah, like it's just glorified maths. Analytic philosophers are failed mathematicians. Continental philosophers, on the other hand, are failed poets. So we're all failures, is the idea. The idea is we're all fucking losers. And that's why there's no philosopher VTuber. There are some philosophy VTubers, but there's no philosopher VTuber, is there? It's because no one wants to sign up to be like an extra loser. Because you're like enough of a loser if you're a VTuber. But if you're like also a philosopher, it's double over. Like it's double Jover. You're like oh. Isn't that a Kendrick Lamar lyric? Which one? I think I quoted like 3 songs throughout the stream, but I never actually said that they were like I was quoting a song, so I just sort of said them. Oh, the yeah, the devil speaking in passages. I think that is, yeah. I forget, but that's paraphrased. I don't know what the exact lyric is. I know what you're talking about though, and I think it might be. Earlier I said, what did I say? Every individual is only a version of you. How can they forgive when there's no forgiveness in your heart? That's what I said. But the devil's speaking. There's a lot of lines. There's a lot of lyrics he does that are about that. Have I talked enough about like Reincarnated and how obsessed I am with the song? Like it's one of the tracks in his new album, GNX. And in my opinion, it's like my favorite track from this artist across his entire discography. I'm obsessed with Reincarnated. It's incredible. So much, like, it feels as though most of the song is like shit that I had to learn myself in my life, and only fairly recently, honestly, in the grand scheme of things. That when I heard it so eloquently expressed that way, I was like, this is fucking brilliant. Is my game crashing or is it just me? My monitor feels like it's tearing. I don't know why though. Finding epistemology is really cool because if knowledge determines your worldview, having your worldview based on empirical knowledge. Shit. Hold on, let me focus. Okay. Having your worldview based on empirical knowledge versus model-based knowledge is very different outcomes. It certainly does, yeah. But also, that's why, for example, when I have concerns in concepts in education, it's not really about, oh, we should be teaching the students this, or we should be teaching this, we should be
oh shit,
having them read these things.
The last verse of Reincarnated hit me so hard, I had to reevaluate what I'm doing with my life.
Real. Last verse is crazy, man. The whole song is so good. I love the whole song. I think it's the first and only track he's done I can fairly confidently say I memorize most of it, at least by heart. All of his tracks is like I remember parts of it, but not like always the whole thing. I feel like this track was like, I feel like every word hit me. Father Time as well. FD Signifier in his like videos where he talks about like, you know, men's issues, or not everyone, but a lot of the ones, especially recently, uses the for his BGM he uses the beat from Father Time, and that like that strikes the chord perfectly for me. But I feel like that's like irrelevant. It's not that relevant. But sorry, yeah. If knowledge determines your worldview, having your worldview based on empirical knowledge, yeah. When I think of education in that way, it should, that's why I don't like to think, oh, we made it here. I've seen clips of like people being stuck here. Okay, that's fun to look forward to. Is that the snow bit? Is that where we see the NL speech? Oh my god, that's like a that's like a landmark historical site. But yeah, like I've never been concerned with what students should like learn or like know. But more like, are they equipped with the tools to express themselves in relation to the world around them and relate to the world around them, right? Has always been like my concern. Not just like what should be put on the fucking test and what should be memorized or whatever.
His fear of Abdam hit me harder, but Reincarnated was a really cool field trip in African American music history that was made because of the beef with Drake.
Damn, there are certain bits of Damn that hit so hard, and there are certain bits of Damn that I'm kind of like, I don't know if I'm vibing with it. But like, if I think about the highs of Damn, like for like what I enjoyed from it, it was a fucking great album as well. What if you make your own Sisyphus speech? I'm just copying him then. That's not cool. Like, I'm just doing what he's doing. And I don't want to do him like that. Because, like, you know, I gotta do my own thing. I can't just live in the shadows of my masters. That's the other thing, is like a lot of trend chasing, you know, happens just in content creation in general. But how can you live with yourself if all you do is whatever's popular? I can't understand that. You could, I'm not saying you should avoid anything that is popular. No, like I'm not gonna, for example, avoid listening to Kendrick Lamar just because he's cool and all the kids are quoting him and whatever, and he's like the greatest of all time, whatever. Like, that's just because he's popular doesn't stop me from enjoying his shit, or like, you know, just because a game is popular doesn't stop me from enjoying playing it. But I'm not gonna engage in stuff because it's popular. I find it disingenuous. Likewise, when I'm learning from my goats, from my masters, I'm not just gonna copy their style. I would certainly be influenced by their style. There's no lie there. But I'm not going to just try to do what they're doing, because they're already doing it. Why would I try to do what someone else is already doing? Like, why would I try to do an NL speech? NL should be the one doing the fucking NL speeches. That's the whole point. Oh shit. Oh. Ah. Okay, that's good. That's good. But even, you know, for example, something like, sorry, I'm like switching topics rapidly. What then is your style and how does one uncover it? I think it's the rock up the hill. Okay, maybe not the rock up the hill, but the journey in general, right? You don't know what it is. You're just like, you get a better sense for it as you progress in life, though. As you dabble in more self-expression, like serious, or not serious, but you know, like in more intensified self-expression. Because everything you do is a form of, should hopefully be like a way of expressing yourself. To different extents, of course. And one style is not like one static thing. It can change over time. It can be influenced by other things as well. What is that? What is those? Oh, there's like penguins. Oh. We're getting really close to like where NL made a speech. I think. My style is largely influenced both by what I can do and what I enjoy seeing people do. Maybe that's like a non avoidant way of answering the question. I generally here's the way I see it, right? You figure out what you enjoy, or like your tastes, by like thinking about the people or the artists or the, you know, the artists and people that have influenced or like have made an impact on you and the way you see things the most, I suppose. Okay, they keep getting bigger. That's the issue, huh? Oh fuck. Oh, okay. So for example, I think, why a lot of my style of sorry, a lot of my style early on might have been influenced by entertainers like George Carlin and Bill Burr. I think their like styles were a relatively big influence on my seeking of my own style. And you know, of late, it's been A little bit of NL, a little bit more than usual because I've been watching a bit more NL than usual recently. The green woman to NL pipeline is real, by the way. It's so real. But I think when there's a fear of like, you know, what about my style? What is it? And like it needs to be original though and unique and never before seen. No, it doesn't. It can just be like a light version of someone else's, and when you realize what the differences are, instead of like fearing that, oh, I'm different from this one person I'm trying to model and replicate, you recognize and celebrate that difference as like something that is you. Fucking okay. This stops here, right? Yeah, it does. Okay, can I jump?
Hello,
Okay.
Mr. Smartypants. What is this pipeline you speak of?
I'm not smart enough to be a Mr. Smartypants, unfortunately. Never good enough for scholarship. But the pipeline I speak of is the Charis Euphranor to Northern Light to Egghead pipeline. That shit is real as fuck. I actually started watching Charis Euphranor before I started watching NL. And then I kept seeing like egg references. Oh, we're in icy territory now. Okay. It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. Okay. I keep seeing like egg references. I'm like, and bald. And I'm like, what the hell does that mean? And then like, I found the Library of Laternu channel. It's over. Yep, it's over. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's not over. Oh, wow. Brilliant. Well done. It's clipped. Okay. Hopefully nothing weird happens then. Oh. 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 What's your opinion on the slippery slope? Seems to crop up a lot in certain debate circles. Is it is it fallacious? Is it innately fallacious? I'm gonna have to look this up. Give me a second. Like, what's like the classical definition of slippery slope? Because the slippery slope is not a fallacy in itself, right? But people often use it in bad faith. Is the struggle, isn't it? Oh no, it's a fallacy. No, you're right. It's a fallacy. You're right. Sorry. I needed to clarify myself. The core of the slippery slope argument is that a specific decision under debate is likely to result in unintended consequences. The strength of such an argument depends on whether the small step really is likely to lead to the effect. This is quantified in terms of what is known as the warrant, in this case a demonstration of the process. Okay. It's sometimes used as a form of fear-mongering in which the probable consequences of a given action are exaggerated in an attempt to scare the audience. Citation needed. Okay, Wikipedia, thank you. I think it's an arrogant assumption of a ton of... Whoa! Okay. Wait. Okay, hold on. What does this mean? Oh, we got it unstuck. Okay, well, we got it a bit too unstuck. It's too unstuck. It's too unstuck. Okay. All right. Oh, and it falls through. Okay, at least this is where it stops. Okay. Can anything become a fallacy with enough subjective argument? You need to define your terms, man. Because what is subjective? What is enough subjective argument? Like, what are you trying to crystallize? And you know, what do you mean by can anything? Like, is it sort of like a, like, are you inherently skeptical of what constitutes fallacious argumentation? fallacies in general, or like the list of fallacies, are a non-exhaustive list of common ways people commit argumentative mistakes, or at least argumentative mistakes that don't seem like mistakes at first glance. When you do philosophy, you're not taught like, you know, here's every fallacy ever, but it's helpful to know a few of them that are commonly made so that it helps you avoid those like bad arguments. At the end of the day, that's what those are. But as for the slippery slope fallacy, right? I feel like, yeah, just like the Wikipedia article said, which, you know, yes, I'm saying I agree wholeheartedly with the Wikipedia entry that said citation needed. People use it a lot for fear-mongering. But also, like, it's just generally, like, it assumes too many things. Yeah, the idea of, like, when someone makes a slippery slope arguments in bad faith are that, like, these things that may not necessarily lead to that consequence, like a negative consequence, a negative unforeseen consequence, are just assumed to be very likely, or assumed to be certain, or at least very likely. Oh! Oh, okay. All right. Is it gonna go? I don't want to go back to the archers, the arrows again. Can we not go back to the arrows again? I don't really like the arrows. The bit with the windmills was okay. The windmills are okay. The windmills just felt like I needed to be very clear of the fine motor controls. What are these cannons? Do they even fire? I guess they don't. But what do I think of the fallacy in general, right? I think it stems from either one's anxiety or someone taking advantage of people's anxieties. No, but that's not really what my thoughts are. That's just what I think it is. But how do I feel about it? Let me think. We saved it. 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 Why can't I move it? Okay. I think it's relatively popular nowadays, especially in preserving the status quo. Oh yeah, like any sort of like change, people often cite the slippery slope argument to try to, you know, invalidate the good things that come from the change, because they're trying to say, oh, but there are unforeseen consequences that could happen, such as this, this, and this, and like they make the assumption as if they would happen, even when, you know, that's not necessarily the case. The fallacy. Okay. Wait. Okay. What happens when I stand here? Oh, wait, can I just... I solved the game. All right. I was gonna say, let's be patient, but I'm being very impatient right now. I think it paid off. My impatience paid off, and now that's gonna reinforce bad behavior in me. That's gonna do that. It's little shit like that that's gonna reinforce bad behavior in you. You get impatient one time, it works out, you're poisoned for the rest of your life. Sorry. Slippery slope. Oftentimes my feeling of it is it's wielded by people who don't have anything better to say. So that's, I guess, sort of informed by what you just said, right? Like, it's often used in circles to preserve the status quo. It's informed by people who don't have any better solution. Usually is like, generally though, in argumentation that, or in criticism, I think, not just in argument, not just in like fallacies, but in criticism in general, if you don't have a solution, you're like, it's harder to see whether or not you're making those arguments in good faith. It's not that you necessarily are making them in bad faith. It's just that it's harder to see if you're making them in good faith. Because if you offer a suggestion when you say, okay, when you say, oh, this might lead to unintended consequences, but you're not committing the slippery slope fallacy per se, but the unintended consequences are indeed likely and are just something unforeseen that you want to bring up, you can offer, for example, ways to go around them. You can circumvent these circumstances. If, for example, someone's trying to introduce policy changes to, and someone who's interested in who wants to criticize it and may say that, oh, well, the reason why we shouldn't implement this policy is because it may lead to unintended consequences such as this, and this. What makes it a fallacious slippery slope argument is if those unintended consequences are unlikely, or the probability of it is exaggerated. And more importantly, I think, is when the argument itself is made in bad faith, which is to say that you don't care, you just don't see any world where any version of this policy works, and you don't even want to entertain a way it could work, maybe, like this argument that you're criticizing. Whereas one way one can avoid this fallacy could be to criticize it in a good faith way. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is, like, if you want to say, for example, that something may lead to unintended consequences, a la a slippery slope, you can also suggest, oh, but here's how we can circumvent that. But these are issues that need to be brought to light. So yeah, we can implement this policy maybe, but we'll have to implement also like a sub policy that makes sure this thing doesn't happen, rather than just dismissing the thing entirely. Dismissive, that's the word, yeah. It comes off as dismissive. And, this isn't a moral stance. This is just a personal preference thing. I hate talking to people that are dismissive. It pisses me off. It does. Like, what the fuck do you have figured out that you can just be like, no, I don't need to hear this? Well, I say that's really only in relation to, like, when I'm rarely being dismissed, but like it has happened, and it does really frustrate me when I'm like, when someone is being dismissive towards me, because it's like, it's just a supreme level of arrogance and ego, and more importantly than that, like, it's that combined with like an unpleasant antisocial behavior that just makes it so hard for me to deal with. I like to think that I'm patient, but one can never be too patient, right? Fallacy is generally not well substantiated by evidence. I see. So in which case it's like, yeah. Or rather, like, it's not that, that's knowledge to me. Ow, fuck. But that does kind of remind me of the way I see it. Or maybe that helps me paint the picture clearer. The slippery slope is only really fallacious when, it's not actually likely. Ow. Or maybe even like, dude, stop doing that. Stop doing it. Stop. We got it back. Hold on, my arms are a bit tired. Slippery slope. Generally, an argument's made as a slippery slope fallacy. Don't, penguins, stop. Okay. No, it's fine. We'll just wait. We'll wait for the attack pattern. We're patient. Okay. I've played Elden Ring. I've beaten Elden Ring. Oh wait. No. Can we push it over here? We can't. I was gonna say we can't really, but I think we can actually. We just force it. We just force it. We just push it in an angle. Yes! We cheated. And it felt good. Whoa. Big snowball. Okay. Being dismissive is a defense mechanism. It's needed in order for toleration to occur. I had a whole like, can you do it for me? Because I already looked it up like in a stream not too long ago, so I don't want to like, you know, derail it too much again. But if you don't mind, I would recommend watching a short speech done by Rowan Atkinson. I don't agree with it 100%, but like I think the speech is definitely worth hearing. On well, on free speech actually. Rowan Atkinson is an actor, a British actor. He's quite eloquent and well-spoken. You may know him as Mr. Bean or Johnny English. He makes, I think, quite a compelling point against the whole idea of intolerance. So I would check that out if you're not familiar with that yet. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. No, it's fine. I'm just saying like there might be something that is interesting for you to watch maybe after this stream, which, you know, I brought up a few streams ago. I could bring it up now, but then it's like, you know, I'd be bringing it up again too soon. Are we back in the ice? We're back in the ice. No, but like I don't think the idea of intolerance or like tolerance at all is like dumb. That's certainly not what I think. I just think it's something we haven't quite figured out yet. Okay. Just like how I haven't quite figured out how to move the rock in this area. I haven't figured out what the strategy for the ice is beyond just, I guess, being very careful. I have enough experience on the ice though to figure out what's going on with the physics of it. Okay. Wait, what if I just run ahead and just scout out what the rest of the section is? No! I'm sorry I even entertained that thought. I'm so sorry I even entertained the idea of just going ahead and scouting out while you rest here, Boldy. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's position it back. Shit, that's too far. Okay. Is this a hole? This is a hole we can go through? Okay. No. Okay, I've got to get used to the way I handle the turning in this section. Okay, now it's stuck. Now it's for sure stuck. I'm gonna see what lies ahead of this. Okay. Okay, the last bit here is what's annoying. Okay. Have you not seen the Ice Road Trucking TV show? You never take your eyes off the road. I took my eyes off the road. I'm sorry. I had to read your chat messages. Like some of my family members have weird opinions that is not worth to argue, so I must simply dismiss it for the time being. So, right. So the thing is, right, it's for the time being. It's because, you know, due to one reason or another, for example, their emotional, perhaps like immaturity, everyone's impatience or like limited patience with each other, and, you know, simply what is the time allowed to have a discussion. But all these things influence your approach to discussions and conversations, and sometimes you have to make compromises. But when that's what I mean. Oh no. It's like, okay, I think I figured it out. You just have to be very fine and precise with everything you do, which makes sense for an ice map. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fucked up. Okay, that's not fucked up. It's actually fine. No. No. Wait. Oh. All right. Okay. Is it all the way back to the beginning? Let's see. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. Let's go into the cannons. Okay. This bit does slow it down a lot and stops it from building up too much momentum, which is good. Okay. Okay. So I guess it's sort of like it's like a soft safety net. This is what it feels like to me. This area is a soft safety net. I understand why this is put here now. This and the tar earlier as well. But yeah, that's such a, like, when you dismiss their, for example, very passionately contradictory ideas, it is at the end of the day a compromise due to certain factors. Ideally, you wouldn't be doing that, right? I forgot where I was going with that, honestly. Because, like, that doesn't invalidate dismissal at all. Sorry, that was my chair. That's my chair again. I have a new chair that's, you know, significantly better than my old one, but it's still like a hand-me-down from one of my neighbors. So it makes a sound sometimes when I stretch and move my back too far into the seat. It is what it is. Maybe if we get enough super chats, we'll be able to afford to buy a chair after like 20 other necessary purchases for this setup. God. Anyways. When I speak on intolerance and dismissal, it's, I think, like, maybe in the context of not just like the day-to-day, but more so the I would say, yeah, like ideas of censorship, the larger ideas of authorities and censorship. But that's like is when I speak on is the context I think about intolerance in. But again, when it's like, you know, when it's a day-to-day conversation, you make those like compromises, you make these adjustments, and you sacrifice, for example, the quality of the arguments you can have with someone in order to preserve that which is greater. For example, you know, the emotional well-being of the people around you. But again, how much of that sacrifice do you make? What's the call? Like, do you want to just be a pushover? Do you want to be an asshole? Is there like an equilibrium? That's part of the boulder. That's the boulder, and that's the boulder and the hill. Sub will get Sherman the cheapest Herman Miller chair. I don't want a Herman Miller chair. It would be so out of place. A Herman Miller chair would be so out of place in my life. Do you understand? Like it would, like, I would have one thing that's like way too nice and all my other things are like kind of just mediocre. Like, it would be very off. It would be very weird, especially because I'm not that passionate about chairs. I'm kind of just like, you know, if I could sit on it, I'm okay with it. I used to have a gamer chair that was coincidentally also a hand-me-down from a neighbor, but I had to move since then and I couldn't bring the chair with me, so I don't have it. I don't have a gaming chair anymore, but I used to have one. It was nice. Yeah, come to think of it, all the chairs I've ever had in my life were kind of like that. All the nicer chairs. Because otherwise I just use like whatever is a crappy like office chair lying around. It's lying around. I mean, it was a good investment though. I mean, like you're completely right. I just can't afford it. Yet. Like, maybe in a few months I'll be able to save up enough to get like a good chair. And it'll last a long time. That's true. I mean, that's what it is. That's like the cost. You know the analogy that's like Hold on, let me get this rock over here. Oh shit. Oh no! Fuck. Okay. Can you go to the edge over there? Can you go to the edge for me? No, you can't. That's fine. That's okay. Can you at least go to the edge of the next area? Or maybe just slow down here. Maybe at one of the cannons, that'd be alright. Yeah, actually maybe right there in the middle with the cannons. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yep, that's good. Thank you. Okay. You're not buying a chair. You're buying a great sitting experience. I mean, it's like you guys are trying to sell me on the chair now. I am sold on the chair. It's just okay. Sorry, the analogy, right? You can buy like cheap sandals, like cheap like $2 sandals. That'll last you a week and they'll break. And those sandals are shit. Or you can buy a really nice pair of boots that'll last you like not just longer than a week, but like, you know, maybe even a year for like $50 versus like the $2 sandals. So logically, you want to get the boots. You want to get the nice like $50 boots, right? Because they'll last you a year. And economically speaking, that's the investment. That's what makes it efficient, right? That's what makes it an investment, is because there's a high upfront cost, and the benefit you gain from it is much greater than if you know, bought the lower upfront cost thing. Most of the time,
nice stuff don't contribute to the landfill.
Oh yeah, exactly. And you also think about the environment, etc. I'm just thinking purely like, you know, number crunching, right? But if you combine that with like the wastefulness of, you know, stuff that's meant to expire or like get used up very quickly, that also happens to be like a fucking okay. Even more reason to get like invest in nice things, especially a nice chair, I suppose. And I think like that lends credence to one of my favorite sayings, right? Is that it's expensive to be poor. Like it costs a lot of money to be poor, or to be like to not have money. It sucks. You save more money when you have more money, right? You can more efficiently spend and invest when you have a lot more. Golden principles of capitalism and all that. I've generally never had issues with making bad investments or like the wrong investments. Just in terms, not like in terms of like my fucking, I don't know, stock portfolio or whatever. But I mean like, don't hit the, oh, okay, it's fine, it's fine. It's gonna hit the next one. It's gonna hit the next one. It's gonna hit the next one. Ow. Okay. Okay. No, this is good. This is good. This is actually really good. Don't hit me. Okay. I just can't buy like a Herman. Can you tell me what the cheapest Herman Miller chair is? What is the cheapest? Could you help me look that up? What's the cheapest, when you say like let's get the cheapest Herman Miller chair, what are you referring to? What's the cost of that in like American dollars? The $2 sandals become a deadly weapon in the hands of the parent. True. We have neglected to recognize its potential as a weapon. But like, you know, any rational person would buy the $50 sandal, or sorry, the $50 boots. The crux of the thing is not everyone can afford to buy the $50 shoes, the $50 boots, which is why so many people buy the $2 sandals. That's also combined with like things like, for example, the fact that they're uneducated and don't realize the benefits of investing in things for the long term, both not even just financially, but also like, you know, to avoid waste. But getting nice stuff is good. It's the reason why like cheapest one is 245 American dollars. That's, you know what, that's not unreasonable. I think that's not unreasonable. That is not an unreasonable purchase to make. Oh god, it's gonna hit the... ah! Oh dear. Oh no. Where's it going this time? Let's see where the ball is rolling. 300. Okay, well, that's still not unreasonable, but it certainly is a bit like... God, stop. Shit. Oh, wait, that's good. Okay. We actually all work for Herman Miller's marketing department? Well, shit. You've got... well, you got an easy customer, because I am definitely one to understand the rationale behind investing in nicer things. Which is why, like, I used to not have an opinion because I just wasn't really informed of it, but I used to not understand what the big deal was with fast fashion until obviously I looked into it and did some research and figured out what it was exactly and why people were against it. And I used to buy clothes from those fast fashion stores, like the brands. Zara comes to mind. I have like a nice, well, I think it's nice, but I guess it's kind of cheap actually, sweater from there, but I didn't know that previously because I just thought, well, it's a cheap t-shirt, it's probably because it's made of cheap items. That's fine, like I'll just buy it because it's cheap. I didn't think like it's not just cheap, it's also incredibly wasteful, and like, the lack of quality means that like, let's rest here. Okay, let's keep going now. Go left, no, go left. Okay. That doesn't touch it, does it? Oh, you can like kick it. That's like a shortcut, I guess. No. Yes. You live in your college now, at the end of every school you can get a bunch of furniture for free. Yeah, that's my plan. I'm not gonna speak on it further than that, but my plan is, yeah, like to take advantage of end of semester stuff. Shoo. But it's not that time of year yet, is it? It's like, what month is it? It's April 1st. It's April 1st. I remember it's April. Oh shit, it's April? Fuck. Oh, I've got things to do. Okay. Hold on. And I'm just here pushing this rock up this hill. I mean, in fairness, I'm pushing one rock up in favor of another, but that one pertains to more emotional investment than this one. So it's not a direct comparison. Okay. Months, yeah, usually June, July is, yeah, exactly, is when it ends. Maybe buy secondhand. Most of the stuff I own is like either secondhand or like from friends or like neighbors, or like, from adults in my life. But if you're talking about clothes, yeah, like, so what I've done since understanding, what fast fashion actually is and why, like, I generally shouldn't be supporting and just buying stuff that's cheap, like clothes that are cheap, is I haven't bought any new clothes in like 5 years. I think I bought maybe like one pair of pants, but that was because I really needed to get something. But like, other than that, I think I bought like one new pair of pants, maybe a jacket. I've gotten one new pair of shoes. Largely against my will, honestly, but we needed the discount, Charis. You need to get something too. Okay, all right, okay. But other than that, I've just been wearing the same shit that I've had previously. But I'm 60, so it's been a while since I've grown too much, so my body hasn't changed enough for it to justify more clothes. And of course, donating old clothes, right? Not just throwing them away. But prior to back where I resided, back before they had donation posts for clothes set up, I would, oh shit, oh Okay, it's good. Oh, okay. We would use old clothes that don't fit anymore as like fabrics for like cleaning things, like, you know, for cleaning up stuff around the house, or like, you know, for the car, etc., etc. This is, I'm like really paying attention here because I just need to do this once and then I feel like there's a safety net. I think it's over. Okay, let's hold it here for a little bit. We can't hold it. Okay, let's hold it here. Whew. The only acceptable fast fashion purchases are base layers and undershirts. I don't want to be the one drawing the line in the sand, but that does sound reasonable to me. What is going on? Why does it do that? I didn't do anything. Is this the NL speech part, by the way? Can anyone let me know? This looks kind of like the NL speech. Oh, shit. I let go of it. It wasn't even because of an obstacle. I just let go of it. An Eastern European thing to do, using it as cleaning rags. Really? Really? I just thought it was a nice way to, you know, save on cleaning rag costs. I didn't know it was a thing. I just knew that, like, we did it. Okay. I feel like I'm too good at this game, man. That's what it feels like. I feel like I'm making a lot more progress than I should be. Like, I don't know if I have enough to fill up the 7 days that I'm gonna stream this the whole rest of the week that I'm gonna stream this for. Or will I? Or is it just an April Fool's joke that I set up and I'm gonna go back to regularly scheduled streaming tomorrow? Only you will only know tomorrow. Overconfident, it's a slow and insidious killer. A slow death is not very nice. But I'm sure that it couldn't be me. I'm sure that that quote is just about every other overconfident person except me. No, that's too far. Okay. But yeah, having to reconcile, you know, the fact that generally you should just buy nicer things, not just for economic reasons, but for like, ethical reasons as well, is something I've had no trouble agreeing with, like, ideologically. But in practice, it's like, my wallet does not agree with me. Don't jinx yourself, say something funny to ward off the bad luck. Do funny... Do I ward off some bad luck from making a good joke? Also, there's like no such thing as luck in this game at all, right? There's no probability, is there? This is pure self-mastery, isn't it? It's an idealized version of life. Because sometimes in life you're just gonna get... I guess maybe where the ball respawns, where the rock respawns is like, if it falls off the ledge, is probability. Like where and when it does, but it's all like, you know, it's by the physics engine. I'm not saying the physics are good. I'm not saying the engine itself is a good physics engine, but this is the place. This is the fucking get it I'm getting it twisted. Your actions. Oh fuck. God damn it. I just wanted to look up the funny thing. I'm not looking it up. Fuck you. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Bullet clipping on the fence at a 125 chance of happening. Suppose I'm lucky then. Where is it? There it is, I found it. This is like the... This is like a cultural heritage site for me. You don't understand like how much this means to me, right? What happens if I stand here, actually? I didn't think I'd get to this in the first day. Okay. This part's not too bad. You really just need to get it on the... I'm not getting it twisted. I am not getting it twisted. This has to be the hardest part of the game. No, they're gonna do this and then add like missiles to like to the level or something, or wind or some other bullshit mechanic. If you lock in, you can achieve anything. Get it twisted. Oh. You know what this is like? This is kind of like when I went to Italy for the first time, and all I did was like just go around taking photos in different spots that were like that appeared in part 5 JoJo's, like in Golden Wind, and then just doing JoJo poses in those spots. That's what this feels like. Me pushing the rock up this particular section of the hill feels that way. It's kind of like, oh my god, this is where he did the thing. This is where the famous thing happened. Except instead of like it being a cultural landmark for tourists that, you know, are rooted in historically impactful events or figures. This is just me walking the steps of my Oshi. That's what you gotta do, though. You gotta do everything. You gotta... Okay, hold on. Shit. The steps of the footsteps of the master that I'm following. Okay, if you feel so inclined to go left, we can go left. That's fine. Left is entirely optional. Left is optional, and it's an option we could take. Oh, what is that? What does that do? What does this structure do? How does it interact with the physics here? What is the boulder doing? Okay, doesn't matter. If you lock in, you can achieve anything. Get it twisted. You are a pawn in the universe chess match. If we wake up at 8 a.m. Fuck. Okay. Like when you go to Australia to visit McDonald's where the Prime Minister shit themselves at. What? Okay, I should do that. This meme pilgrimage brings a tear to my eye. It really does. I came here seeking meaning, hoping this historical site would bring it to me. But was it enough to fill a man's heart? I don't know. I really don't. There's something beautiful about just watching it fall down. Like, yeah, it's falling down, but at this moment, I couldn't be responsible for anything that happens after this. It's like a nice break. The boulder is just moving on its own, I just realized. Like, I'm not doing anything right now. The boulder is moving on its own. My hand is off the keyboard. You can't tell because I don't have like a hand capture. My hand is off the keyboard right now. It's freaking me out. Why does it do that? Why is it doing that? Can I not have a break? I gotta read the copy pasta for the good luck, okay? Get it twisted. If you lock in, you can do anything. Get it twisted. Oh shit! Your actions impact nothing. Your fate is predetermined. The only thing you can change is your reaction to it. Get it twisted. You can do anything you set your mind to. The world is a playground designed for you and only you to achieve your highest level ambition. If you wait 90 minutes for your cup of coffee every morning, you can do anything. Get it twisted. Oh shit. I'm not reading. I should not be reading this. I should not be reading the copy pasta. If I do, it's just gonna manifest. It's going to manifest the boulder going back down. We can't have that. I need to tell myself that I could do it. That's the thing, right? But there's like a certain relief when the boulder falls down though, that I feel. There's no other part of the game makes me feel as relieved as when the boulder's actually falling down, because for once it's like, okay, I can take a break. Like sure, it's falling down and the progress is resetting, but it's kind of like, okay, I've already done it once, I could do it again. Do you think I could finish this game at the end of the stream? No, I couldn't. There's like probably more to this. Because the ice has no friction. Yeah, but like what makes the, like, I'm standing in place, why is it moving back and forth? I have it pushed up against like the wall. It makes no sense to me. It's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Shit. Oh god, I let go of it just a little bit. I need to battle the... You seen that meme that's like... Shit. Oh god. You seen that meme that's like... Rich people will really look you in the eye and ask an insane question like, do you ski? Have you seen that? So, I don't ski. But, and I don't think it's too, like... It wasn't an unusual thing, but like I used to ice skate. I was horrible at it. I was like terrible, but it was something I did quite a bit of. I did like figure skating, but I was, you know, as you can understand, probably somewhat clumsy and inflexible, so I couldn't do it very well. But regardless, I did it a lot. What I want to say is, I've very early on in my career as a philosopher, I've gotten rid of the, not the fear, but like, yeah, the uncertainty and fear one feels when they put on their ice skates for the first time. Or like, you know, for the first few times. Or when you go ice skating for fun, like with a group of people. that, you know, something might happen and you might slip and you might fall, and there's like there's an imbalance that pushes the rock all the way back down just because of something very small, right? That's not too bad. Okay, it's getting a little worse, but it's not too bad. Don't fuck. Oh, okay. 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 Can you feel my heartbeat? I don't know how the Yaoi on Ice OP goes. I just know that it's kind of catchy actually, and I kind of vibe with it. It didn't hit the first cannon, nor the second, nor the third. But we are on track to hit the... Okay. No, it's fine. Really? It's okay. It's enough. The struggle enough is enough to fill a man's heart, isn't it? What happened with my monitor? I can't see the game. I can see the game now. I was gonna say, I used to do that, and I wasn't good at it at all, but I was confident enough on it that even if I was like shit and I was terrible at it, I wouldn't fear the falling down. And once I got rid of that fear of falling down, it made it a lot easier to not fall. Like it just, like I stopped falling down as much. I think when I cared about, or when I worried about falling down, was when I would fall down. And then once I was like, you know, I might fall, but it is what it is, and I'll just get back up. I stopped falling like nearly as much. Are we gonna finally get a break? We are. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not getting a break. No, we're not getting a break. The tar isn't slowing it down? Why isn't the tar slowing it down? Isn't that the point of this fucking level? Isn't the point of this level that the tar is supposed to slow it down? What? Why is it... Okay, alright. Okay, yep. Yeah, it's a long way down, isn't it? Enjoy the fall. Oh. Aha. It's gonna clip out. It's gonna clip out the wall. It's gonna clip out the wall. Oh, fuck. You are 2 pennies in a Fortune 500 balance sheet. Get it twisted. If you lock in, you can achieve anything. Dude, I'm so far back. At least we didn't hit the other sunny bit, like with the desert, but... Okay. Asked you for the adaptation of Yaoi on Ice. Is there a character that's really bad? Because if there is, then I can be that character. Because if all the characters are like just really good at figure skating, then then I'm not playing the part. The fence looks like it'll fall down with the slightest breeze. Yeah, it doesn't look reinforced enough, but not a lot of things in this game look strong, but are apparently just like enough to stop a hurtling boulder and not get destroyed by it. I don't know. I feel like if a boulder like went all that way at that speed, it would have just destroyed everything at its path at that point, right? Which would make the obstacle path forward easier, or upwards easier, wouldn't it? Okay. But yeah, it's kind of like most things for me where I wasn't good at it at all, but I did it anyways. For instance, have I talked about my... I might have talked about it, I might not have, but I don't think I mind bringing it up now. I played, or I was like kind of... I underwent lessons to try to play the violin. And I think I probably spent 7-8 years trying to play it. I am worse than the average person who spends about 2 years playing it. I'm still like worse than that. And I hated it too. But having done that, now I really enjoy the sound of the violin. Likewise, I spent like, you know, all that time ice skating or figure skating, and I didn't get good at it at all. Yeah, but like, you know, now I can watch figure skaters and have an appreciation for what they do, for like the ability they have to just like to seem so carefree on the ice. Because I'm also kind of like, not carefree, but like I was confident on the ice, but I wasn't, you know, my confidence was misplaced and did not at all correspond to my skill. It was unfortunate. The cello and same. Yeah, like it's just like I could not get it. I just couldn't get the instrument. But now I enjoy like a lot of tracks I listen to that are not at all classical. When they incorporate, or orchestral, right? When they incorporate the strings, like when they incorporate the violin, I go like, oh wow, I know what that is, and it sounds great, and I really like the sound of it. I know, like, and then I'm imagining how they made that sound with the instrument, and I go, wow, that's crazy that they can fucking do that. How doesn't the stones flow with the tar? It makes no bloody sense. Whatever. And so, you know, like, did I not learn anything? Is that what it constitutes as? Because I certainly grew an appreciation for the thing. And then maybe somewhat more recently, I've been taught how to cook, or I was being taught by people who were very good at cooking, how the cooking essentials and, like, you know, the fundamentals and like the figuring stuff out. And I, like, for probably, and I was in close proximity with people like that for like maybe I want to say a year, half a year maybe, and I didn't learn shit. As in, like, I came out of it still just a terrible chef, but I started to gain an appreciation for the way dishes are prepared. And it's kind of, I guess that's kind of why I really don't mind pushing the rock through this tar. Because yeah, it's like slow, but I'm making progress towards the mountaintop. My impatience, or rather my patience then, is counteracted, maybe not counteracted, but like challenged by the impatience of the world and the fact that things are, you know, moving all the time. Like, the world's not going to wait for you. You can get back just learning to stir fry because there's so many sauce and balls these days. Yeah, there is, but like, you know, that's, I can do like the pre-prepared like stir fry, like, you know, recipe that's just like, okay, get these things, okay, now just fry them. Like, and it looks impressive, but I know deep down that it's like, I'm not good at this at all. This was mega ass. Or like, it's not ass, it's just like, I didn't do any of this. Like, most of the work was done in preparation, which was readily available for me to purchase at a store. You know? Started playing violin on and off since 9 years ago and can't even do a half decent vibrato. Any decent sounding violin parts and songs now impress me. Yeah, same. I used to be like a little envious too of people who were good at the violin because I was like, why me? You know that fucking. Okay, this might be a throwback because I am 60 years old, but bear with me. But you know that like, it's like a pink guy. It's a pink guy bit. It's part of it. It's part of a bigger skit. But I think like, pink guy kind of like, AKA Joji, right? Like he kind of like looks up into the sky and goes like, I have a question. He's like, and he does like a bad Italian accent because I think he was in a Luigi costume or something, or a Mario costume. And he's just like, I have a question for God. Why? That's me. Like when I see someone who spends less time than me at something and is way better. Oh, it's getting ready. I should get ready too. Okay. Learning a mode of transport that involved taking my feet off the ground scared me. Oh shit, I shouldn't have read a message. I shouldn't have read a message. I shouldn't have read the message. Ah. Okay. Struggle enough to fill a man's heart. 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 Okay. Okay. What's the distance between feet and ground? It scares me. I don't really have that. Maybe because I've not been informed by any like potential anxiety or trauma from it yet. Because like most of my experiences being off the ground, okay, one of the nicest things, one of the bougiest things I've ever done, I think, is like it's not skydiving, but what is it? Paragliding. I paraglided. I had a Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Okay, we can recover from that. I had a paragliding experience. I want to say like a while ago. And it was probably the bougiest thing I've ever done. And that shit cost a fortune. It did, but it was worth it, man. Like it felt so good, but so weird. So like the way it happened was like we got on a van. And then they took us up to like, you know, the top of the hill. We didn't have to push a rock to get up there. We took a shortcut because, you know, that's what you do when you pay for things. Is you get the shortcuts, right? But we were each person who was like, you know, a participant was assigned their own like paragliding instructor / person. And they would be on the paraglide the whole way with us, which at first I was like, you know, that's kind of lame. Like, I don't know if I want to do that. But what that actually meant when, you know, we did it was that I didn't have to worry about dying because I was in the hands of a professional. I was like, okay, I can leave it to you. Like, I don't have to worry about this too much. And instead I could just focus on like the feeling of being in the air. And the takeoff moment was crazy. The takeoff was like, we're up on the top of the hill. Maybe one like this one, and on a somewhat windy like day. We set up the paraglide, you know, have it strapped up, safety and everything, and the instructor's kind of like, okay, on the count of 3, you just got to start running, and then you jump. I was like, what? Jump where? Like, what do you mean jump? Jump to where? And he was like, yeah, just jump off the cliff. And I was like, oh, what? Oh shit. Okay. But then like doing it, I think I don't know how I got that bravery. Maybe it's because I had a lot of faith. I think the moments and other human beings involved that I have a lot of faith in them, and I'm able to do. I think the presence of other people gives me bravery. I think it does. If it were just myself, I don't think I'd be that brave. But if there were other people around, I'd be a braver person. But like, you know, 3, 2, 1, go, ran off the cliff. I just jumped, and it really, like, I genuinely, in my ears, I heard like the like I heard the fucking Tears of the Kingdom like trailer theme in my head as I jumped off. It was so good. Shit. And it was so fun. And the entire time we were like in the air, like the instructor was just doing the controls and like moving us left and right, whatever. And I was just chilling in the front, just looking around. It was really nice. It was a great experience. It was expensive though, partially because like they also did the thing where like it was part of the package. You kind of had to buy it as well. They pretty much just strong-armed you into buying it, where you had to. No, they didn't. They offered as part of the experience to record the footage for you. And I was like, oh great, I want the recorded footage of me paragliding. I want to hear what I was saying when I'm in the air. I hear my internal monologue. But then like right at the end, like, you know, at the end of the activity, they were like, okay, if you want the footage, you know, you have to pay this extra amount of money to get the micro SD card. Where your footage is, and that's like, you know, I don't remember how much it was, but it was a good amount of money extra. And I was like, oh, all right, you bastards. But at least the experience was good enough that I don't feel too bad. Because I could have just said I didn't want it and they would, like, you know, just wipe the footage. But I was like, you know what, like I'll think of it as a tip. Maybe. Have you tried ziplining? Ziplining, yeah, I've done ziplining before. I don't think ziplining's as bougie, but I've done it a few times and it's quite fun every time. I've done like safer zip lines, and I've done like where it's like just at like a hotel or something, like near a hotel, and it's just like at a nice beach. I think it was in Japan actually, but anyways, and then but more recently I did like there was like a zip line tour, and you would do like 11 or 12 sets of zip lines, like up and down like a mountain, and it was really cool. We'll probably do a lot more things and be far buffer of pushing a boulder up places when Ace is an acceptable alternative to paying. I mean, the physical labor takes a different form, but it's there.
Hey chat.
Hello Zero. We're pushing a rock up a hill.
Hi Chairman.
Oh, you got the double. Lucky you. I don't think anyone's gotten 2 messages in a row. Oh wait, no, but that's because like your first message was guaranteed. I'm evaluating the odds and the probability of it. Look, I'm surprised you didn't hit a bird. It's because I was with somebody else. I think like the moral of the story for me was like, if I'm just with other people, then my bad luck just cancels out. God hates me specifically, but doesn't want to cause too much pain to everyone else. Yeah, he is. You got gifted a GG membership? No, let's go! Nice. How much is a GG membership? Fuck. I can change it for next time. Next Sisyphus stream. Which I guess soft confirms I'm doing another one. But you'll never know because it's April Fool's. I could like up the odds of Parrot. Like a game like this. It's like $5. Damn. Well, you got lucky. Today's your lucky day. I hate that fucking phrase. Sorry. I'm so sorry to immediately...
Which isn't something I can justify, so...
I see. Fair enough. Sorry, I hate to be like, hey, that's nice for you, and then immediately devolve into a rant. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna try not to do that, but I need to finish that thought since I mentioned it. Like, it's your lucky day is so bullshit. Like, there's never been a lucky day. It doesn't exist. Fuck anyone who says that, because it does not, like, I don't see it. And I don't want to be lucky either. Like, I don't, because whenever I'm lucky, it's like it's countdown to being miserably misfortunate again. At that point, fuck that. No, I'm not dealing with that. As long as I didn't get shafted too badly in the life gacha, which I think I didn't get shafted too badly. You know, by all accounts, not everyone can afford to pursue philosophy, and that's enough luck to last a lifetime, I think. But like oh, it's your lucky day when like one minor thing, one contrived thing like happens that's like quote unquote fortunate. I don't care. I don't care if I won the fucking, you know, the lucky draw that you get for making a purchase at a shopping mall or something, and then you get like a fucking stamp. Like fuck off. I don't want the stamp. If anything, like the fact that my luck is wasted on the stupid stamp like frustrates me to no end, because like I could have been lucky. Like this could have been my fucking Genshin Impact pulls or something. Like this could have been my Honkai Star Rail pulls. But no, I had to lose the 50-50 on that one again for my 50-50 rate to be 29.71, which, you know, is not exactly 50-50 at all. But we'll make do. We make do. Back. You look great today. Also, I hate makeup. I don't hate makeup. Of course, you dislike it. You played 10 gotchas at once. Yeah, maybe that's what grounds my perspective. Is like there's no such thing as luck. It's all bullshit. The numbers even out, and if anything, I'm unlucky because I have such a huge like data pool, like a huge sample size of probability. Like the bigger the
made
pool.
A simulator of my life.
I didn't know either until I saw NL play it. But welcome, crack. You believe in karma? No. There's no like. I was sort of talking to myself earlier today, when I had a thought, and I remember verbalizing the words out loud. There is no absolute justice. But that's okay. I remember now, I was like, oh god, and my fucking computer lagged as well the moment that happened. Oh shit, oh motherfucker. Oh no! Oh no! Get it twisted. You are a pawn in a universe chess match. You mean nothing to God, if they even exist. You're a rounding error. You're 2 pennies on a Fortune 500 company's balance sheet. They don't care about you in the slightest. The circumstances surrounding your birth determine where you're gonna go. Nothing else matters at all. Your own level of education, your attitude, your level of effort, your friends, your network, your business, your credentials, motherfucker. Oh. Here we are. Karma's not real, and if it was, no, karma is real. Karma could be real. If karma was real, then I must have really fucked up in my past lives. I must have been like a king. I must have been like a royal noble who just, you know, indulged in nothing but hedonistic pleasures all day. In my past life, man. Like, I wasn't the king. I probably wasn't the king in my past life. Like, I feel like my current life would be a lot worse if I was like a king. I was probably like a prince or like a noble, you know what I mean? Who just had the world was like, not all of it, but so much of the world was given to him. I could have been a princess too in a previous life, maybe, I don't know. Could have been a black woman in a Chitlin circuit, seductive vocalist. when I hit the curtains. My voice was angelic straight from heaven, the crowd sobbed. My musical genius was what the articles emphasized. That could have happened. Like, I definitely wasn't like a CEO. I wasn't like an oil baron. But I had probably a pretty like cushy, nice, comfortable life that I just wasted on hedonistic pleasures. And maybe I was like also a philosopher. Maybe I was a philosopher, but I was like just an asshole, and I kept like, maybe I was into metaphysics and building systems and invalidating people's feelings because I was an asshole. And I justified it all by saying, no, actually my philosophy means I'm actually correct and you're wrong, so fuck you, your facts don't care about your feelings, etc, etc. I could have been that. I could have been a conservative in my past life, I don't know. But all I know is like I'm paying a price for it now. It's not like a huge price. Like, my life doesn't fucking suck. It's just there's a lot of things that I'm like, you know, this doesn't happen in the average, like, you know, middle class person's like life, does it? Does this shit ever happen? Am I the odd one out? Do I deserve this? Probably not. But you can't help but think that sometimes, can you? You're a medieval manager at a healthcare company. Medieval healthcare company. Oh, that was a narrow drift. Okay. That's just fine. That's just fine. Probably a baroness. Maybe. Has been Casanova and refused life because I get no bitches. You are like not old enough to really feel that. Not to invalidate your feelings, but it's more I meant it as like a point of encouragement. I didn't mean it as like your struggles are invalid. I'm just saying, like, you know, you'll be fine. You haven't like there's still a lot of life left. There's still a lot of hill left in this for this boulder, don't you know? Fucking ow. There's still a lot of hill left. You haven't even gone to the ice part yet. That's all I'm saying. You fucking okay. Okay. We're just fine. We're just fine. He has probably sold bad bronze. Ah! I don't know who my ancestors are. I never trusted the DNA tests enough, and lo and behold, thankfully I was right all along, because now like 23andMe went bankrupt and they're legally allowed to sell your like people's data, right? And you not? What the fuck? Oh shit, what happens with that? Okay. Okay, that's what happens, I guess. Did they not fix that? Like, is that not like a feature in the, or is it a feature in the game that it gets like lodged into the wall? Or is that a feature in the game? I feel like that it probably is. But yeah, like, did you hear about the 23andMe thing like shutting down so they can just sell the data? Thankfully, I was never curious enough to know if I was like, I don't know, 5% a completely different race than what I am now. Like because I'm probably not 100% Alexandrian, but like I don't really know the details. Insane that they can do that. Like, though, that the fact that they're not required to destroy that is insane. It is insane. But it's also, is it that insane? Like, are you surprised? Genuinely, right? Are you surprised that the fucking ancestry company that, you know, had a bunch of like YouTube sponsorships and had a bunch of creators promoting it, that was all like, yeah, just give us your DNA and then we'll figure out who you're from and, like, you know, what percentage of your genetics or what, and where you came from? Like, are you surprised that it turned out that big company was evil?
I'm not surprised, I'm just disappointed.
Fair. Because I'm not surprised at all, and I'm not even that disappointed. I feel like it's just regular practice, isn't it? Like, this is just what I've come to expect of a company like that. I feel as though I'd be very surprised if they didn't take advantage when they or shut down and then sell the, or like put a clause in their contracts or in the agreements that was like, we are legally allowed to sell your data. I'd be very surprised if they didn't have that. It's kind of like that would make it too good to be true, wouldn't it? Like it's the whole it's a bit like the honey thing, which again I was also very glad I was right about. When they were like, "Oh, we don't sell your data." I was like, "Okay, the fact that you're going out and just saying that, like that's not how you make your money, but you're not at all saying how you make your money is too good to be true. Too good to be true." I believe this is the halfway point. The game says it's a halfway point, but they end it with like a question mark, so to have me doubt it. But I can see it as a halfway point. I don't see the point. I already know who I am. The 42,000 specific things don't help. I mean, but some people are curious. They want to know if they have like, you know, cool ancestry. Partially because, you know, they're unsatisfied with their own culture, I guess. Just don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Don't. Okay. Yeah, like, look at this shit. Why does it do that? Why does the rock move like that? Why does it do that? We're stuck in the wall. Like, this rock should not move. I swear it was moving a moment ago. You don't understand. This is like now that you're looking, now that I'm trying to make a point, it's not moving anymore. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's okay. It's no big deal. Try to get it towards the left a little bit, but not too much. Move it forward a bit. Okay. Okay. Given how good 20 data privacy ethics is in my country, I'm surprised or appalled by how 23andMe even exists. Well, it doesn't anymore, I guess, is the silver lining, but yeah. Good change can happen. Good change can happen. It does feel like sometimes it may feel like a Sisyphusian task, but it's like it doesn't matter where the ball is. It doesn't matter where the rock is, does it? It really, what matters is where you are. Like, where are you? The rock could be up the hill. It could be at the midway point. It could be all the way at the bottom. Like, why does that matter? Why do you care about the rock? What has the rock ever done for you? The boulder, because I don't want to invoke like Dwayne Johnson's wrath, because he was apparently, you know, he forever changed the hierarchy of power in the DC universe. I don't want to upset him, right? But like, not Dwayne Johnson, right? But like, what has the rock ever done for you? What has the boulder ever done for you? You don't owe it shit. It doesn't help you do anything. It's a problem. So why do you care about it? Why do you care where the boulder is? Why don't you care more about like where you are? Because you matter a lot more than the rock, than the boulder does. And as long as you know where you are and where you want to go, what else is there in the journey than to walk it? Fuck. Okay. Okay, alright, okay. Why not just run up the slope without the boulder? Because that defeats the purpose of the struggle. The struggle isn't, I don't like, why does it matter if I get to the top? I've already been to the top. I figured out every possible like difficult question in the universe. I've looked upon the history of thought and I thought to myself, you know what, even if I don't understand some of this, what I understand what I don't understand. I know what I don't know. I've done it all. This is the peak, this is the ceiling of where I need to be intellectually. But so what? Why does it matter what I know? I don't care about being at the top of the mountain. All I care about is bringing everyone with me. And sometimes they're gonna roll back down, but that's okay. You pick it back up and keep rolling. You just keep pushing. The push is beautiful, isn't it? Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. I do unironically think the music is really good though. It's just right. It's exactly what it needs to be, I think. Might be a naive notion, but I wish ancestry databases were an international project. Yeah, they would. Yeah, but like also, I guess it's not. Like it's not necessary right now. There's a lot more things that require like international public attention that like an ancestry database, I guess, can't be on the top of the priorities, unfortunately. Which sucks, because, you know, it's fun to know one's ancestry, but I see why. Please stay there. Fuck. Okay. Alright.
The struggle is enough to fill this man's heart.
It is. It's enough. It's enough. It's enough. Oh, we hit the bomb. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can we get stuck at the tar pit? No thanks. Okay. That's fine. Sure. You know, I was right at the ice bridge, too. Maybe that's why NL was stuck there. I can see it now, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep, and it's gonna clip into the... Yeah, yep. Mm-hmm. Whoa, there's a different animation for when you're going down in the tar pits. I really feel like you shouldn't be slower when you're going down. Come on. Yep. Okay. No, I thought you'd be raging at this game more. I used all my rage on like ranting about AI and my monetization stream being demonetized. Like that's where all my rage went, and after that I was like calm. I'm actually a really calm person for most things. Oh my god, am I actually going all the way back to the beginning? There's no way I'm actually going all the way back to the beginning, right? I'm actually going all the way back to there's no way. There's no way it's the entire... It's not the entire journey. It couldn't be. If you're standing in this carpet for too long, do you die? I wish. Sweet release of death. Didn't happen. Really? I didn't know that. I just pushed through it. Oh, I was gonna say, oh, finally, we got a break. We didn't get a break. We didn't. You're wondering where the bad luck was in this game? There it is. Maybe he's back. Welcome back. Welcome back. You came back just in time to see me push the rock at the same portion of the game, if not even earlier. We're really going back all the way, huh? Okay. All right. Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
do restart from the beginning.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Just I was so close. I was probably maybe 2 seconds away from getting past the ice bridge, and then it would have been a soft, like, it would have been a soft safety net there. Because the ice bridge was easily the hardest thing we've encountered so far. But no, let's get through. Let's just go all the way back to the beginning. Did you really want the break in the first place? Yeah, I wanted to get the rock up the hill. I did. But that's not the only thing I wanted, I suppose. While you're running down, mind answering some lore questions. What lore questions do you have? Just ask. I'll answer anything. Rock was afraid you were going to get to the top and leave one more time with you. I knew it was a little too easy when I was like... When I had actually... I put up a schedule that said I would do this for a week. And then in the first stream I made it halfway. I knew it would be a little too easy. Yeah. And you know what? We're not even gonna click the reset button, the restart button. We're not even gonna do that. We're gonna run our way back down. That's what we're gonna do. Here we are. The Greek columns. Wonderful. All the way back to the beginning. All the way back to the beginning. All the way from the midpoint of the game to right at the beginning. All right. Can I kill myself? Not like, you know, not because I am looking for this. I'm just trying to see if I can reset back to the... to the beginning. What's the library like? How big is it? How many books does it hold? Are there any other librarians? All of these questions and more are answered directly in the source material, The Library of Babel. Give that a read. It's a short read. It's a short story. I think it's a Spanish story. I read it in English translation, obviously. But all that's in The Library of Babel. Most of it, at least. 90% of the inspiration for the Library of Alexandria is that of the Library of Babel. Why is my monitor dying? What's going on? Hold on. Is it the game? I think it's the game. Yeah, it's not like me. It's not like my monitor. Oh man, the rundown is exhausting. What if we run to the top? What if we just run to the top of the mountain? Like, not on the obstacle course, but by our own path, through our own way. I don't know how many books I can hold, not a lot. Like, I don't think I've ever done a deadlift yet, so I can't tell you how much I can deadlift or like bench press. I haven't done that either. I sort of just use dumbbells for like just general training, but I haven't been to the gym in like months, so this is like out of date. But I usually train with like measly like 8-10 kg weights, I think. So it's not like, you know, I lift. But that's like the level I train with, which I guess I used to, which informs maybe how many books I can carry. Do you think we could just climb up to the top of like that hill instead? Like fuck this hill. Is this how you speedrun, by the way? Like, is any percent... Does any percent involve clipping out of the map? I feel like it does, right? I want to see what's over there. This is like a metaphor for something, I'm sure. But I'm not sure what it is yet. What could it be a metaphor of? Is that straight up a cliff? What happens when you jump off there? It's the tale of Sisyphus? No, but like what is the narrative significance of... I can't jump anymore. Oh, I can. Okay. Okay, maybe not. Let's not go there. It's a bit too dark. What's the narrative significance of Sisyphus, like, walking up a different part of the hill? Finding your own way in a world that expects you to follow that path instead of your own goal? Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. Sorry. That was my chair. It's so loud and unpleasant. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe that's what this is. We're finding our own way in a world that expects you to follow that path. Me, when I decided to get a philosophy degree, or get a degree in philosophy instead of like anything useful or career oriented, because the word career gave me like hives. It would make me break out in hives. Chairs needs to be replaced. This chair is the replacement for the last chair, by the way, which wasn't as loud but much less comfortable. This one's much more comfortable than the previous chair. Was like, I don't know, I'm looking at it now because I'm like right next to it. It's like it looks like it could be 500 years old or something. Same, doing a degree in history, true. Humanities majors unite. You know, the worst part is like I could, if I wanted to sell it, I could. So easy. But I can't. Maybe that's what makes it hard. Maybe the hard part of scamming people isn't like interesting how that works. The hard part with scamming people isn't like coming up with a clever scam. It's whether or not you can go through with it, you know, with your own ethics, I feel like. And your own morals. And classicals, yeah. Yep. Say I relate, but it's too late for me to now change my mind about what to do. It's never too late for you to change your mind about what you want to do. It might be too late to change your like major and your degree, but you know, you can't let that define you, because that's what, you know, that's what the bad faith educators want, or like that's what the corpos want. They want you to be defined. That's what this system wants. The system wants you to be defined, well defined, into categories that you can neatly put yourself in. It's the reason why the internet thrives on trendy words. And everyone having seen the same thing. It's easy to consolidate what everyone's into if you can manipulate what's on the algorithm. You sucky journalists anyways. With that attitude, yeah. Needs ethics when you can design for designer brands. I honestly want to like peek into like the mind of someone who like really is just all about that and nothing else. Like, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking at all? Like, is there any thought? I want to climb the hill, but I don't want to be too close to the track. This feels like the freedom ending in the Stanley Parable. This feels like that bit where you get the ending where you save everyone in the factory, and then you did it. You say you saved the day. You are now free, and then you go outside and you walk around in like an open garden, except you're not walking because it's like a cutscene at that point. You're being taken control of. Oh, like the fucking mountain just... Oh, wow, okay. My experience is people truly believe that happiness and peace of mind comes from material things. That's one of the things I've not been able to settle with in myself. It's like, are they really happy? Like, is that true? Like, are they actually content? And am I introducing like unnecessary like anxiety into their consciousness by going like, have you ever thought about the way you're living? Like, you know, like when I just do that, I don't know. Wish I know what the morning routines look like for the people that only think about money. I mean, they've made it a grand display, haven't they? I mean, like, we can meme about it. We can joke about the morning routine trend or whatever. But it's literally just the Andrew Tate thing all over again. Except it's for something slightly less evil, I think. Because instead of, like, hating women, what they're shilling is, like, being, like... being a, I don't know, being on the Sigma grind set. That's what they're shilling. Would you be a bad person if you did that? Yeah, it's a good question. Like, would it be a bad person if I just, you know, interrupted people's fun with like, actually, did you know that this is awful?
I think that kind of mindset sits well with what was said earlier about devaluing the humanities. Why think about the existential stuff when it has no value? Hey, race a cool car or boat or summon.
It's the erosion of values. It is the erosion of human values. I think here at this point the game dev gave up on making like a hill, like a mountain. Interesting to see. I feel like I could clip back into the tunnel if I really, or into the map if I really wanted to, but I don't. What about the other side? Oh, it's also just as empty. Oh, okay. I don't know. Those people just strike me as very easily satisfied. And it's like, if they are, then, you know, it's difficult to feel bad for them, is it? If they're just happy. Living superficial, shallow lifestyles. Only Sisyphus could clip under the map. If Sisyphus could clip under the map, he'd feel lonely because he wouldn't have his boulder with him anymore. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, that works. I was gonna say, oh, I think we're stuck. And then I was able to just stand on the edge of that cliff, so I guess not. Tab open the developer tools. Nope, tab doesn't do anything for me. Please don't ask me what Alt F4 does. Are we making him run up the hill without his boulder? No. I didn't actually want this. The game just sort of pushed me out of bounds when I tried to kill myself. Which I realized might be more to the point than I realized. Shoot. I really thought you would die the moment you step out of bounds, but I guess not. What if I fell off now? What if I jumped off now? I need to get to the top. I do chores in the library? Yeah, all the time. Absolutely. It's hard not to when, you know, if you don't, then the risk of a wasp being in your, like, on your computer exponentially increases and you can't stream. The parkour was filling the man's heart. I'm not really enjoying the parkour so much. I miss the boulder, honestly. I do. I feel the comforts of the boulder with, like, and the sort of cold emptiness right now that I've, like, in my soul, now that I've abandoned it. Like, if Sisyphus could do this, I don't think he would. I don't care about the other sections being spoiled, by the way, either, but maybe you do, I don't know. Sisyphus says, I was already Sisyphus all the way from the beginning, I think. I wouldn't say he was 100% right, but I like the way he thinks. I do. No rock uphill. Just me uphill. Not even up the same hill, however. But this one. Slightly different one. And there's a whole, like, path that's largely traversable. Like, I wonder if the dev had this in mind, that people would do this. Probably, right? When I went to finish the report, what happened in the meanwhile? We escaped the Matrix. The boulder went all the way back to the beginning after I committed one minor spelling mistake, and then, like, I escaped the Matrix. I took the... What's the pill that takes you out of the Matrix? I don't know. The one... Not the conservative one, but you know what I mean. Like... Whoa, that's no good. That's no good at all. No, I want to be outside. Wait. Okay, never mind. I thought you could jump back in. Are there barrels here? Oh, so you can just clip yourself off. That way instead. Okay, I guess I'll kill myself now that I know you can also clip yourself out of bounds by doing that here too. The red pill? Okay. Ironic that the trans allegory movie became a conservative moment. Yeah. As in like, I agree with you, and like I've seen it as a take a few times as well. It's like, it's sad that it's not a common take, I guess, maybe. A common enough take. Right, yeah, the red pill. I remember like I was talking to someone who was not a philosophy major, and they were like, "Oh, you do philosophy?" Like I told them, "Oh, I do philosophy," and they're like, "Oh, you do philosophy? Like the Matrix? Like you understand the Matrix?" And I was like, "Well, I actually don't think I've watched the movie yet. I still haven't. I don't think I've actually watched the original Matrix film yet. But I know the themes they talk about. I've been made aware of them through so much pop culture reference, and you know, I have studied ideas that are involved in that. So I guess, yeah, I do understand it." And she like looked at me like I was like I just, maybe I looked like a normal person, and then after I said that, she looked at me like I was like a sage, like I was like a sagely wise torchbearer from the mountains who had descended down into humanity for the first time to bestow fire upon them. And I was like, it's not that, like I didn't want to give the faux like humility of like, oh, it's not that difficult, it's not that hard. But it also was like, you know, it really is not that. Like this is like, I don't want to say beginner level stuff to like demean people who can't get it, because it is kind of like, it can be very difficult to understand, but it's not the end of the journey. Yeah, let's go with that. It's a good distance up. It's a good distance up the hill, but it's not the end of the journey. Now you have to watch it. I also have to watch The Good Place. This is a good place to end on, maybe. At the beginning. At the bottom of the hill. It's a good place to end on. April Fools, I guess. April Fools. You get to watch me struggle pushing a boulder up a hill. But good thing it's only for today, right? Because today's April Fools. There's no way you would actually do that for a whole week, would you, Charis Euphranor? The only way you'll find out is tomorrow. That is the only way. Time's a circle. I don't know if it's like a circle. But it's certainly not like a line, is it? I will say, I did write a paper on like time travel specifically, in defense of the time is a circle theory, or at least not in defense of it, but more like people are often too dismissive of circular cause and effect. What's it called? Yeah, like circular cause A and B effect. People are too critical of that when they're like, oh, that just makes it circular. Like, oh, thing A caused thing B and thing B caused thing C. But what caused thing A? Oh, thing C caused thing A. And people are like, that, you know, people really don't like that. People think that makes no sense. Circular, that's like circular. It's not good. But I wrote a paper in defense of that because it's like, well, consider the other, simply put, and it was like not a great paper. It was just like a mediocre paper. But my idea was just like, okay, simply put, we accept the reasoning from this, the time is a straight line, like a timeline or a straight arrow explanation too readily to make these comments about circular explanatory powers, because oh, okay, this thing is caused by the thing that came before it. Well, what came before that? Oh, the thing is, it turtles all the way down. oh, well, you know, at the beginning there's Genesis, whatever. And then like there's whole tons of like, you know, problems with determinism that come with that. And my response isn't like, haha, gotcha, you're wrong, but more like we are way too dismissive of an equally ridiculous theory, you know, that time is a circle, or like, you know, things can have circular cause and effect. When the other option, what we kind of readily believe to be true and use subconsciously, at least, as a foundational principle for how time works, is also, you know, like it's the ground it's on is not solid, I guess. Push rock uphill month, push rock uphill month. Don't spoil the month. Don't spoil the whole month. Trying to be Morpheus if he was in that movie? No, I don't think I would. I think I would like to be, but I don't think I would be. Does that make sense? I would aim to be, I want to be a bit like Morpheus, just a little bit. But I wouldn't be Morpheus. Not at this stage of my life, at my a mere young 60 years, right? I don't think I would be yet. Maybe if I were older. You believe history doesn't exactly repeat, but it sure as hell rhymes. I've heard that, yeah. I've heard that saying, and I do like it. I think I agree with it too. History rhymes, but it doesn't exactly repeat, but it does rhyme. People are people, I guess. Nothing is truly, no two things are exactly the same, but no two things are entirely different. I'll end maybe with a question to you, and I'll share, it's not really to you, but a question I had discussed recently with some friends, with fellow librarians of Alexandria. We had discussed this question, right? How many things are there in the world? That's the question. How many things are there? A lot? Okay, what's everyone's answer? Remember I had to watch the first Matrix movies like 3 times in 1 month. It was awful. Why did you watch it 3 times in a month? What? A lot, at least 3 things, many? Okay. That's like, these are like, you know, solid answers. But they're not great answers. Probably like 24. Okay, 24, okay.
My answer would be infinite in potential because you can continue dividing things endlessly.
I see. So there's like an infinite number of things. Okay. Here's my... we had a whole discussion. I wasn't the only one with this opinion, but I think the rest of the group of librarians nodded somewhat sagely, and as if to say, Charis Euphranor, you're not usually very wise. But this was a good answer, maybe. I said the answer was 3. Countably infinite? Okay. Watching myself, then with a friend, then watching class. I see. But yeah, my answer was there's 3 things. And to supplement that answer, here's what I said. I said, at first, the journey kind of goes like this. The journey goes, you start thinking there's an infinite many things. And then you start doing philosophy, and then you think there's 2 things. And then once you have a good grasp and you've mastered your own philosophy, you realize there's 3 things. Or you realize there's 1 thing. 1 or 3 things is the end point for a lot of philosophical thought, in my opinion, was what I said pretty much. And the end point for my thought is there's 3 things. Whereas there are some endpoints, I would say, like valid, legitimate endpoints that say there's 1 thing. The thoughts that lead to there's 2 things in the world tend to be good, like excellent introductory points or introductory material, but don't tend to be very good like in the long term. when you know, study it more. Now, what the hell does that mean, Charis Euphranor? I can't tell you exactly what it is, but maybe I can tell you when I get the rock up the hill. Maybe I can tell you when I get the boulder up the hill. All right, that's enough for me, I think. Though I do want to do something. Hopefully that's kind of cool. Oh, the music stops again. It's fucking annoying, man. Wish it would just stay there. I can play my own music though. Or it's not mine, but you know. Like a 4.5 hour stream. That's good. That's good. Okay. That's good. I want to see who's streaming. I want to see if I can raid someone manually, like Ochu did for me that while ago. There is someone. There's a mutual I have.
What are the 3 things? Tell us, oh wise Charis.
Maybe next time. Raid Gigi Marin. Yeah, I'm sure she'll appreciate it. She is streaming though on archived the Dancing Fruit Party Mega Mix. I'm gonna watch that for 2 seconds to see what that is. Yep, okay. Okay, yeah, okay, I don't need to see any more of that. I already, yep, okay. Oh. Okay, sure. Is there a raid message? Maybe like greetings from Sisyphus? That could work.
My debut. We will be first beginning.
Oh shit. She just started streaming like 8 minutes ago. But we are Twitter mutuals, and I've watched some of her VODs. I don't think she's watched anything I did. Oh god, my thing is like, I clicked into the game by accident, sorry.
Reaction stream, let's go.
But yeah, we're raiding, well, you don't have to raid now, but like raid in a little bit. Let me just close this. Hope it doesn't crash. Okay, there we are. We're back in the Love and Deep space. Okay, let me just come here then. Oh my god, my artwork is still here from last time. Sorry. Sorry. Oh dear. Why am I up there? What the fuck? What happened? Why do I look like that? I don't know what's going on anymore. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, you know what? Let's try to do what Ochu did for us. Ochu, I would do it for Ochu, but Ochu's not live right now. But one of my mutuals is live, so maybe we can raid them. I'll put the link in. Her name is Syzygy Z Altair. She's a physics VTuber. So I don't do physics, or I did a little bit of, I dabbled a bit in physics, and I'm just terrible at it. But I wanted to follow more educational VTubers, and this is one of them. Let me see if I can paste it here. Go here.
https://
Okay, you don't have to read that, Parrot. You don't have to read that. You don't have to read. You don't have to. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Okay.
Yeah, that's the link. That's the link. That's the link. You physics. Don't say that when you go into the stream, okay? But she's debuting as an astrology. I'm throwing Parrot straight back into the cage right now. Get the hell out of here. Okay. That's the link to the stream. Everyone go there and just say like, hello, raid from Sisyphus or something. I don't know. Let me see. What's the raid message? We have to decide the raid message before we go. Don't go yet. We have to decide the raid message before we go. That raid message. Instead of rating someone's streams, you know, yeah, I know, but you have to be at 1,000 subscribers to do that, and I'm not, so I can't because I'm not a real person. You do raid from Charis Cherry? No. You can maybe do raid from Charis Euphranor raid. You identify the channel you're raiding from. That's true. Maybe like yes. Just say like, hello, Charis Euphranor sends his like. No. I was gonna say sends his regards. Raid from the Philosopher VTuber. No, that's not. That doesn't quite roll off the tongue, doesn't it? Does it? I don't know. Maybe just put my fucking name there. Don't make way. King Dragon, exactly. No, don't make way. Sounds like a mafia threat, exactly, which is why I don't want to do that.
Actually, in perfect alignment. In fact, every single star in the universe to finally foretell.
Oh god, she's fucking, she's selling the astrology. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Here we go. Yeah, but it's not like, you know. Charis Euphranor. Let me think. Maybe just Charis Euphranor raid. Charis Euphranor is fine too. Charis Euphranor and put like an emote. Put like a thinking emote maybe. Do like a thinking emote. Do like Charis Euphranor and then thinking emote. And then like maybe Charis Euphranor exclamation mark emote, okay? And I'll see everyone there because I guess I want to know what my mutuals are up to. This is another like small indie VTuber, but I say another, but like she's debuted later than me and gained a lot more traction than I did. So I am the pathetic one here. It is what it is. Okay, I guess we'll see everyone. I'll see everyone there. You have the link, right? I'll send it again. I'll send the link one more time. There it is. That's the live stream. I'll end the stream now and I'll just go say hi. And then you can't use, yeah, no, not my emotes. You use like the regular like emote. But yeah, I guess we'll see everyone there for a little bit. You don't have to stay. You don't have to stay, but just like, you know, at least check out what she's doing. Because physics VTuber, educational VTuber is pretty cool. And I've watched some of her VODs. She seems cool. All right. Goodbye, and let's go there.